Alright, I believe we're live now. Hello, chat. What's going on, TST? No, don't tell mom. Don't tell mom we're making a video game, dude. Don't tell me, man. They can't find out I'm programming. They can't find out their son is a programmer, dude. It'd break their heart. What happened? Could not access specific channel or stream key. Oh yeah, because one of them is Instagram, and we're not doing Instagram. Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, good to see you, TSD. Hopefully you're doing well today. Anywho, today's agenda is more development on the game. I need to update the to-do list. I've been thinking. I've made some decisions, some hard decisions, but I think good, necessary decisions. And sometimes you gotta kill your darlings. Before we get into that, though, I'm thinking of maybe just addressing some low-hanging fruit while we're at it. Some low-hanging fruit is just yeah. That's one of the things we're gonna do. Cool. One second. Okay. So, I guess maybe I'll just jump into actually implementing stuff and we could talk more about the ideas that I have in mind later. This should not be that crazy to do. I think it might be as simple as just modifying the table there. One thing I do want to look at though is going to be the player. I want to see just how the player is doing and how we're going to handle the collision stuff. One second. Yeah, and we also might play some games or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see just what's on the table. But yeah, tiles. I want to look at making these actually use physical, have a physical collision box or collider attached to them. I believe we have a creation function somewhere here. Like create a primitive, create a collider, it's a box collider. Box collider. This collider here, I'm curious as to, because you have a mesh collider and we have a box collider in here. Oh, because I think at some point we're reloading from, I don't know why we're actually explicitly checking to make sure we don't have a mesh collider attached. I don't know. That's weird. So we only have one collider on here then. Let me see if I can change it to make it like a physical collider instead of a trigger, and then as for the player, I have to see where the component is in for the player, but yeah, we're gonna have to try to make collision happen. And I think if we're gonna do that, I need to actually just figure out how to do or course it just to use the rigid body physics stuff instead of trying to hand roll the physics ourselves. But yeah, I have some big changes I want to do to the game. Kind of big, kind of not. I don't know. It's producing more focus, I guess. I might scrap like a significant part of like the main menu shop logic. Hey, sometimes it's better just to do that, right? Let's see here. So we have the player components here. Is that? Oh no. What are you doing? So that's pivot. Center's over there, but pivot's right here. Okay, perfect. We have the progress bar for abilities. And then the actual character collider is there. Which is... I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Free zips. Okay, let's just run it and see. I think it should be fine. Lower down the audio a little bit. We're not testing that anymore. And I can still physically go in there. I think I know why. That's because unreceived damage. I mean, it's probably more than that, but... Oh, this is the wrong class. Let's go to player. There we go. I think at some point I disable... Do I disable the collider? See damage. No, I don't, because we still collect coins while we're in this state. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Kind of. So if the collider is still on, then... Let me see what setting we have for the rigid body. So we're not doing is kinematic. We're freezing the Z position, but we're actually allowing for the X and Y position. Dude, maybe. Just maybe. I should actually just use rigid body velocity as opposed to calculating our own. What's going on, Bone Circuit? Cathode ray tubing. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are, man. Good to see you, dude. Hopefully you're doing well on this fine Saturday evening. It's probably not going to be a super big. I don't know. This might be a big change we do today. It may not be that. We might have to wait until next stream when I have more specifications ironed out. But I'm gonna see if I can't crank out a bunch of the low-hanging fruits before we get into the nitty-gritty. Yep, salute, dude. You know, for the longest time I didn't know what 07 was, or why people use that. Nailing last-minute project bugs for a little Space Invaders Project A. Was it the same one that you showed on Itch, or is that like an update to it, or a sequel? What do we got going on here? Can I go back to where we do receive damage? Because we actually explicitly call a physics update. We do all this manual calculation, but maybe no, we actually are using the rigid body dot velocity. Interesting. So we are using the rigid body velocity. Oh, but we're not actually letting it do the calculation. We're overriding it with our position. Dot position. Yeah, that's not ideal. There's all this logic for when we're doing manually handling the collision testing, but we're just saying nah. Rigid body, you take the wheels here, dude. Yeah, I make it to learn the engine like coding Fukadas. Okay. Small game has just enough problems to know what the engine lacks. Gotcha. Okay, I can see that. And in this case, you're learning Unity, right? If I'm not mistaken, you were doing that project in Unity. Is that correct? Or am I wrong? Okay, first of all, we have all this. I'm not going to deal with this. If I need this logic, I can go through the source tree or the git logs and find out what's required. So we're overriding. Why are we doing this? Velocity times time coefficient. Okay. Okay. We set the rigid body velocity. We get the position of the rigid body. Okay, I'm not sure if that's gonna... I don't know why we're doing that. And then we're manually setting the transform position. Oh, because this... because my hierarchy is stupid, that's why. Because the hierarchy is designed around the original idea for the game, which is no longer being done, so it's just... Originally, we were dealing with like an object rotating around a circle, and I wanted to have the correct pivot, so I had a parent object, which is this, and then the actual visual representation of the player was like set at a radius on that cylinder. But we scrapped that idea, but the layout of that still remains, which is why we have this weird thing going on here of like setting the positions. Yeah, and then we set the rigid body transform position to that, yeah. So this is like overriding it. Oh my goodness. My goodness, dude. That's jank. Maybe we just do that consolidation refactor and say, yeah, we're not going to do this anymore. Oh, because there's other adjacent things that I don't want to have parented to the character sprite because that can rotate. Yeah, okay, I understand some things here. Doesn't necessarily still warrant it, but I understand the inclination for why I did the things that I did. Oh, maybe I will. I don't know. Because the issue is this guy is moving independent of the parent, but we're also moving the parent to be like on top of this. It's all just weird, dude. Godot? Okay, I was a Unity kid a while back for the early mobile days. Gotcha. Oh, interesting to see your findings with Godot. Okay, what are we gonna do here? My inclination is that if there's things I need to follow the player world position, we could just add a component called like player follower and just have these do that instead of having a ton of objects. trailing behind it. Player controller, yeah. That's my inclination right now. That is where the heart of my cards lie. Do I have a player follower component here at all? I do have a player follower component. What do you do? Okay, so you can choose if you want to follow on the Y component. Who's using you? How many? There's 12 asset usages, so I'm assuming the levels are using this. Okay, this is not robust enough for what I needed to do. Cool. Actually, let me run the game again. I want to see something else. Am I gonna have to mess around with the collision matrix? That always wrinkles my brain. I don't like the collision matrix. It really bothers me. Come on. Or I guess it is a matrix, but it's also more of a pyramid shape. Okay, so we're gonna stop there. We're going to look at all the objects that were created in our object pool. Tile collider container. Cool. Okay, so here's a collider. It's fantastic. Okay, can we find one that's not deeply occluded? Okay, there we go. We found one. Okay. Now, what's going on with your box collider? You're no longer set to be a trigger. I want to see a clear bounds. Okay, there we go. So that's the extent you're covering. How thick are you? You have like no Z thickness. And I know the player is not aligned with you. I wonder if like the properties we're exhibiting is just because of that. Okay, we have a creation function. Let's find that out. Aces over Kings, what's going on? I like the setup, man. Didn't know you made games. That's awesome. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you dig it. Yeah, work on games. There's a few games I want to get finished and published, but it's all got to start with getting this game done, dude, and then I can work on my other projects. Oh, that's why, because Create Primitive automatically comes with the Mesh Collider. And I want to make sure, or Mesh Collider, and I don't want to have that. Okay, I understand now. Yeah, honestly, most of the stuff I do is just working on games on stream. I haven't played games on this channel in a fat minute, though. I was thinking about maybe playing some tonight. Maybe playing some Psychonauts or something. We will see. Okay, where's the box slider? Hey there, pal. So you're set all to 1, but yeah, that's not gonna fly. Is it because the transform is setting collider size? Oh, because there's a vector 3, but we didn't say that. Set the okay. I understand now. Also, we set the is trigger to false here too, so that's kind of redundant. Okay, we're already doing this. Come on, recompile. A big issue in today's world is one code for them all, one get ring precious. Anyway, you can make a CMS out of a free engine or API and then extend that for lots of business or game solutions. Uniapple frown on your own CMS layer. Wait, what's CMS? They hammered 2 attempts we made early days mobile. Game stores and game store wars. Okay. Nice, man. Good luck on your design journey. I've been playing lots of 2D platformers lately. Hey, what kind of platformers? Well, you can see here, but I'm kind of a Mega Man fan, personally. Okay. Yeah, we're still able to be in there. That's not right. Okay, so what's going on here? What about the player's collider? Where's the collider for the player? Come on, man. Where's your collider? So we have a sphere collider, and that's a trigger. Do we not have a physical collider? Maybe that's why. Maybe we just need to add a little physics collider that isn't a trigger. And maybe we'll be good, dude. Maybe life can be happy. Not life is happy. But maybe it could be even better. Okay. Yep. Just got done with Prince of Persia. Ah. Or like the classic Prince of Persia. When you said Prince of Persia, I was immediately thinking about the PS3 era one. Hey! Okay, I'm not doing damage, that's a problem. But hey, that's the behavior we want. Maybe I shouldn't deal damage on touching the walls and stuff. You already have pressure with, like, trying to beat the level on time. But yeah, when you said that, I was thinking about the 3D platformer and I had to go back to be like, wait. There was indeed 2D Prince of Persia games. It's a new one, really? Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Let me pause the actual whole game. No, I misspelled it. Okay. It's Persia games. Let's see here. I don't. No. Nay. Oh, there's a new one. I was born in the roaring 20s. Yes, sirree. Decline multimedia cookies. Decline. Oh, I have to accept multimedia. Jeez, dude, what? Just to play a YouTube embedded?
Death.
Ah, you're loud. Why don't I have not? Okay, there's the volume. Never mind, I don't have to play you here.
You, Prince.
Okay, I'm just looking at this. Hey, this looks pretty cool. So it's doing that 3D game with 3D presentation in a 2D world. Hey, I can dig that. Man, dude, I'm just not keeping up with games at all. I shouldn't be surprised. I just don't do that in general. I barely play games as is. No, it's new in the Lost Crown. Lost Crown? Oh, okay. Let me search that up. Also, what's going on, Gabriel? So cozy, bro. Love it. That's the goal, man. I'm glad, man. And what's going on, Felipe? Crazy setup. Love it. Thank you, dude. Big appreciate it, man. I mean, I'm just getting, oh, there's a different one. Jeez, there's more Prince of Persia games than I realized. And this is the one you're playing. Okay. Oh, it's way more 3D in terms of presentation. Sick. A. You said this is new? Dig the VFX. Okay, who's this person walking towards us? Oh. What's that haircut? There's a whole meme about that haircut. The Killmonger. That's the Killmonger haircut. Good game. Yeah, fairly new. Hey, sick, man. Hey, well, maybe I have to give it a look, man. I take it you enjoyed it, though? I mean, you beat it, so I'm assuming it was a good time. So this is working. It's just strange. Yeah, like all the no collision box can actually touch the player like that. We gotta change that. We gotta change that. I gotta make it even smaller. Also, what's going on, fishies? Welcome to server. I need to do an update. Hard platforming, really? Okay. I mean, I guess that's the goal for 2D platformers. I used to play Super Meat Boy a ton. That was like my first 2D, not 2D platformer, but my first, one of my first early Steam games I got. When I get into a platformer, I'm very obsessive, so I pick a platformer and I just play it for a long while. Like, and then over and over again, too. That's how it is with Mighty Gunvolt Burst. That's like the last 2D platform I've really got hooked into, and I've been playing it for years, dude. Okay, what are we doing here? Box slider, that's right. You're too large. Too large. Can't have that. Seems almost smaller than I anticipated, but I guess perspective is playing with me. So we're gonna make you even smaller. Like so. Let's see if that feels good in the game. You should check out God of War Ghosts of Sparta. I haven't played it yet, but it's a 2D and it looks really cool. I didn't even know if God of War had a 2D game either, dude. That's nuts. I'll give it a check out, man. I'll check it out. Give it a peep. Okay, do I need to, what's going on here? Do I need to recompile again? I discovered that you can link the virus total page of your game to your instructions area and live link it for everyone to look into. This is 23rd century game loading practices. Wait, what? The virus total page. What's the virus total page of your... How do I share what I've made with GameMaker to you? Yeah, you can post it in the Discord, Fishy. Yeah, I think you might have to react to get access to the rest of the Discord, but yeah, just react to the rules and... you should be able to share it. I need to fix the game over stuff too. So at an angle, it doesn't. Okay, we have to lower the extents a little bit more. A little bit more, but we're almost there. I think we need to lower the X component a little bit more. Okay. I have a platform version of the Roaring Knight fight. I've had a training medium. How do I send it to you for input? Yeah, just post the video in the Discord and at me, dude. I'm pretty sure I saw you join, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is weird. This is a weird path. Dude, come on, what is going on here? So, like... this collision box is way smaller, and yet is still, okay, this should be it. VirusTotal is a service that reaches out to many virus servers. You can't rely on one company and check for a scientific accurate check, so VirusTotal covers that, and any build you upload progress as you make it. Wait, what? Oh my goodness, I didn't even think about this getting me stuck. Oh, brother. Dude, having physical collision is actually so jank. I almost feel inclined to just get rid of it. Okay, I think I got it. Let me check the Discord, alright? Get some... Give it a peep. Your game testing. What's going on, dude? Alright. Oh, is it like, do you have a video? I'm not too keen to download software, if I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Yeah, would you mind, like, uploading a video or something? I wish I had a virtual box, then I'd be much more down to download and try it out, but I don't got that stuff set up yet. Check it with VirusTotal. I've never heard of this. Also, I'm using Linux, so hopefully, I guess I have Proton, right? Or if you're using GameMaker, doesn't, I'm not sure, I think you have to pay for the WebGL export. I'm not sure, actually. Sprites, Red Slash, Team Sprites. Which one's the actual build? I'm assuming the zip is. Okay, sweet. I'll peep the video. Alright, let me open this on the main here. Hopefully, nothing in effect. Let me just scroll. Okay, cool. Nothing bad. Alright, let's see what you got here. Best play with the controller, yep. Nice offsets you have going on here. Okay, WASDA. I'm digging the lighting you have for the environment. Okay, we have this dude digging the trailing effect too. A nice animation, man. Scared. Oh my goodness, dude. Dude. Okay, he's got a baseball. No, it's a. Is that what is? It's a sword. It's a sword. Hey, dude. Pretty sick so far. So you just go straight into a boss battle, man. What is good? We went from like 1 second, hey, use WASDA to move, to, all right, brother, try not to get hit. This visually looks really cool, though. This looks visually really cool. Yeah. Alright, I'm not gonna watch the whole 3 minutes, but dude, that's pretty gnarly, man. It's pretty sick. Honestly, I kind of like that. A game where it's just, hey, dude, this is one boss battle. That's it. Try to live, dude. Yeah, I'm digging this, though, man. It looks really, really sick, dude. It's got that Undertale black and white presentation vibe, and like the movement here, where you can find in the little box and you have to like move around. Pretty sick stuff, dude. Pretty sick. Oh, let me actually move the comments back into the appropriate window. Alright. There we go. Boss or died. Didn't make the sprites? Ah. Still though, man. There's a lot going on there. It's really cool stuff, dude. Gotta go cozy. I'll check you on Discord when I get a chance. Keep grinding, brother. Of course, man. Thanks for popping in, Ace. Have a good one, dude. Just boss fights. Exactly, man. Exactly, dude. Who needs levels, dude, when you got boss? Okay, so that seems like it did damage to me. Yep. Ooh. 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 That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, we should actually have the, yeah. We should have this actually poll instead of just react to on collision enter. And we have this weird bug again where the player's offset in this very odd way. Maybe it has to do with the parenting issue. I don't know, because it's not consistent. Yeah. There we go. Okay. That works. Alright, that's a simple fix for today. We implemented use actual collision. I'm not sure about this. There's some weird stuff, like deal with asteroid getting players stuck. Or just the player getting stuck in general. I think we need to make this on receive respond to on collision enter. Or a poll instead of just reacting to that. Where is it? We got this going on. You are being called on what? On trigger enter subject. Hazard. Yeah, no. Stay. So not just entered, but also staying. What's going on, Kate? It's good to see you. It's been a minute. Hopefully you're doing well today. One second. Saint 11 or Geetherd. Oh, Saint 11, like the sprite artist? I haven't heard that name in forever, dude. Or from Deltarune, I'm using it to learn. I haven't played Deltarune. I'm making my own game, though. I'm learning to draw. I sent my first OC drawing for my story in A-Sprite. Let's go, dude. On your Discord? Okay, I'll give it a peep, dude. Yeah, dude, honestly, dude, A-Sprite is a great tool, man, and pixel art is great. You're gonna learn. In fact, actually, on this channel, I did a whole little lecture. There's a video about like principles of doing pixel arting that might be helpful if you're like newish to doing art. What's going on here? Yeah, so we're doing unstayed. This becomes how is this gonna work? Are we rejecting? Nah, this should reject. Okay. Let's see if this works. And of course, I can always give more feedback on the Discord. Usually, like I like doing when we do art feedback, or at least when I used to do that more, I would like sit down in like a call or something, and maybe on stream or something. I would just go through your sprite and go through like what sticks out to me and what revisions I would do. There we go. So now the player doesn't get stuck. Yeah, there you go. I mean, they're stuck, but like, you know, if you have control, you can like nudge your way out of that so you're not just perpetually in the asteroid. I should make this like, I'm not sure. Oh my goodness, doing that 100 times? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, actually should suspend that. There should be a global state for like if we're in game over. I think we do have that actually, but things are not responding to it. Where's pickup? You're handling your own logic for being picked up, aren't ya? Yeah, sign. Init on pickup. So we need to listen for other events, or maybe just, I don't know, have something that's a source of truth for that I can just access, instead of like having a bunch of things maintain redundant information. What are we gonna do? Let me catch up in chat real quick. I got stomach bug, but I'm okay, I guess. That's rough. I hate stomach bugs. I think some of the times where I've had like, oh, I guess stomach bugs are terrible. I hate them, right? But I also get like a thing called like pericarditis, where like the tissue around my heart inflames, and it feels like I'm having a heart attack. Like it feels like there's a pain there, like a crazy, like I feel like I'm going to die. Like that's legitimately how it felt when that happens. And well, it turns out no, it's my heart's fine. It's just everything around it. And I'm like, oh, that's great. I guess that's kind of reassuring, but also, geez, dude. But yeah, usually when I have that, it's because of a stomach bug. Or at least the last time I had it was because of a stomach bug. Can you compile your own Aseprite if you're financially challenged and pay for it later? Oh, you can. Yeah, LibreSprite, yep. Oh, Nuska, what's going on? Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well. In the test I sent, the player has a shield that takes damage per frame, then 5 health. I gave frames when it hit after the shield is gone. Implement build. Sick. Stomach bugs, yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't had it. Kate's having a stomach bug, which you know, it's unfortunate. Hate to see it. But hopefully, we're gonna get out of them woods soon, if you haven't already. What do we have here? We have like a bunch of modules. We have the shop module, hull color save, object pooling module, vehicle configuration, application state. Oh, application state. We have the message broker doing its message broking thing. How you been, Anuska? Hopefully you're doing well. I hope it's not the lettuce thing. Oh my goodness, dude. Isn't that great, dude? That like for once in your life you're told not to eat greens. It's like no. It's like dang, dude. How unfortunate. I cannot eat my salads and broccolis. Woe is me. I mean, it sucks I can't go to Taco Bell or other places that have lettuce, but whatever. The people who eat gas station food, though, are like just chilling, dude. Their bodies are hardened. Where is... So, application state, we have these different... We only have garage and level. It's nothing... We don't have the substates for level. So where are we dealing with that? Timer module has a thing for game over. And it's publishing an M game over timeout. Yeah. It's invoking that. I kind of don't want to do this because, like, I guess everything can just listen for this, and we're reloading the level anyways, so we could actually just be kind of destructive with the memory there. I will tell the mother, no, Hyundai, don't tell my mother I'm programming, doing game deving. No, don't tell my family. On low spec website that allows a new concept called Chance Pixels, very powerful for animation problems. Huh. Low spec procedural emulator. I don't know, I'm kind of a curmudgeon when it comes to pixel art and just doing things by hand. Even tweening and stuff like that, I'm super I'm good. How are you, Cozy? I'm doing good, Anuska. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully life has been treating you well. Melon, he's returned. You were live. I am live. I was watching YouTube. What a kick and double. It's not that bad, dude. Alright, what are we going to do with this? Admitting this M game over event. I'm starting to hate event-driven design. I don't know. So what are we doing? What needs to be responding to this? Right, pickups. Do I really want to have all of these receive? Do I really want to do that? That's the question. I'd rather this just be able to access some kind of source of truth that has that. Okay, maybe we're just gonna, I don't know. I can just make the application, because this is like sub-state information about level. So I don't know. Yeah, I'll just do something like actually I'm going to do a property. I don't know, do I really care about being super specific about this kind of stuff? Kind of not. What's going on here? What is the little blue thing staring at your wrist? My wrist? Oh, you talking about this guy? Mega Man? The great... What's happening with your foot, dude? No! Are you dying, Mega Man? Come back to life, foot. Your foot's just gone, dude. It's tragic. Mega Man. The Blue Bomber. Also known as Rockman in Japan. The greatest 2D platformer game in the world for the NES. Yeah, he's a very well-known video game character. Mega Man to Metal Man boss fight. There's a bunch of Mega Man games, but yeah, this is how he looks like in his actual video game. I mean, there's a big series. It is the game I'm talking about. This is where the man's from. Yeah, brother. Anyways, that's Mega Man. And now you know. I was such a big fanboy of Mega Man that I even made my own custom Mega Man PSP covers in middle school. Breezy, how long do you think corridor games take to make in this day and age? Games like Somewhere Amnesia, is there a particular place where AI can help with time savings? I'm not gonna really comment about AI in general, but also I'm not sure who Corridor Game is. But you said games like Somewhere Amnesia, like horror games. I don't know. I think like a lot of those games, the bottleneck is probably assets and not really the technical side of things. I'm very out when it comes to AI. Game over. There could be some utility, but there's also a cognitive debt that gets accrued. Game over. Where is the timer? Module. And I want to emit this message. Make you static as well, why not? Honestly, this can be just static as well. Not really necessarily a per instance thing I would care about. But you know what, on level loads, we'd have to make sure we mark this as... But yeah, like, with those games, I think the biggest bottleneck is not really the technical side of things. Unless you're doing, like, if you're aiming to do, like, some crazy, I don't know, mechanics for the horror game you're doing. But, I think the bottleneck is going to be mostly assets and design and stuff like that. Is the best? Yeah, Travis. Mega Man's great, dude. Look at you. Also, when is the next music production stream? This is time to say the date. I don't know. I'm making some music for the game. There's some new music that has to exist, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do this week. Maybe I'll do it on Sunday. I don't know. I don't like working on Sundays, but I don't know. Music is fun. I don't think it'll count as work. I don't know. Maybe Tuesday or Thursday, probably. That's probably where it'd fit in. Monday, Wednesday, Fridays are usually like my dev days. Unless my dad comes into town on Friday, in which case, you know, we just hang out and watch movies and stuff, but I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it probably won't be one of those 2 days. Probably Thursday. I like keeping my Tuesdays free. Game over, man. Game over. Because we have one thing doing that. Now I can go back to pickups. And now because we have this accessible, I can actually do on pickup. So if the game's over, we're going to return. And then game board manager, we're going to have to on start reset. Okay, actually, no, that's not right. Simple. Quite simple. And then player, we also have to update you, because I believe you have this condition for game over. In which case, we're not going to admit... Oh... We emit specific things, don't we? Oh, you're tearing me apart. Okay. We have to modify this function to accept like a custom. But yeah, as far as music is concerned, I really need to want to get back into... There's some new songs I want to add to this game. Levels that need it, and then I want to change the main garage theme again. I've been listening to a lot of video game music lately, and there's some things that tickle my fancy. Yes, yes, I know. Things that tickle my fancy indeed. So I'm gonna probably do that. What's going on here? Yeah, Mega Man's a cutie pie, dude. Do it and say it this time. Thursday, I'm okay. Time, I don't know. Probably evening, like usual. I'll probably, for you, Anuska, I'll probably announce like at noon or something, or in the evening, like make a post on YouTube that we're gonna do a music day. How about that? Is your dad also a dev? Nah, my dad's not a dev. He doesn't do. I'm the only one in my family who does this kind of stuff. A-Bit Megman is the best Megman. He is, dude. Megman is best, yep. Is this Java or C Sharp? We're doing C Sharp, Vidhan. Also sing as well. You have such a good voice and wrist. That's a very weird combination of compliments. Dude, I really love your voice and your wrist. I get what you're talking about. I guess wrist for this, but... Like, if I sat down with my boss at work, I was like, hey, dude, I just want to let you know, man, that your voice and your wrist, oh. We're going to have a meeting with HR after that. All right. Game over, yeah, we have some differing logic. There's probably some more things that need to happen, like game, view UI. I probably want to do some other things here. Yeah, on health update. Actually, a lot of things probably get fixed as a consequence to this, so maybe it's actually fine. So we actually might have addressed some things here, so I might want to start talking about the big changes we're going to do to the game. You code in C# instead of C++. Well, Travis, I'm using an engine, a game engine called Unity, and their scripting language is C#. So I don't really have a choice there. I can do certain things like, maybe force C# to behave like C. I've done that before. I can do a bunch of code in a C++ and then compile it into a DLL and do that, but at the end of the day, it's just simpler just to use C# for most things. At least as far as this engine is concerned. For my personal projects, I actually prefer using C. I like doing some C stuff. And eventually, once we get this game and maybe another game done in Unity, I'm going to return back to engine projects and hopefully get a game or two done within my own engine. So I'm trying to test the game over stuff. I can't test the... And you know what? The collision thing... No, that's player follower. I just want to go to player. Like this on receive. Here we go. Where is it? Where are you? You're somewhere here. You're somewhere here. I know you're here. Don't lie to me. On receive damage. There we go. We got another thing. So if game over as well is going to be a condition for exiting early. That seems quite fair to me. HR for the wrist compliments. Yeah, man. I mean, dude, I can't talk like that to him. The man's married. Plus, the dynamics. I can't roll up to Carol and be like, hey, I see you using that. I see how you use your wrist. Big fan. Like, dude, you can't. And then you have to have a meeting and be like, I was talking about how she types, dude. Stop being weird, man. Can a man not pay another person a compliment? Come on. Anyways. Like, what's some other weirdly specific things to compliment people, dude, on? Hey, Jack. You got some nice cuticles there, Jack. I respect a man with some well taken care of cuticles. Okay, I think we solved some issues there. What is the other thing we need to deal with? Pickup. Right. I need to have... Is the audio static? It is static, so I actually don't have to worry about returning it. This should actually stay with its reservation. The player, on the other hand, you have some audio channels that you reserve, but I'm not sure if you return them back. Oh, no, we do on Destroy. We release to SFX. Nice. Okay. But maybe you don't have to do that. Maybe we just, like, make it static and just have it own it for every single instance. Just, you know? No need to even deal with, like, this reservation and then releasing. I guess maybe you want to release it for if there's a bunch of sound effects in the main menu, but I doubt it. I thought we were going to exceed that. Have you consider making 3D games? I mean, I think you're very experienced, so why don't you only work in old school? I mean, I have done 3D games. There's another 3D project I've been doing that I was working on before I switched to this. I'm just doing a very simple, like, straightforward game. I also like pixel art in general, though, so even my 3D games are pixel art styled. Like, if you go into the Discord and look at the dev updates, there is a game that we're working on that, or I was working on that, is very much 3D. It's like 2.5D 3D. But I'm also just, I know we talked about this a while ago, but I'm also kind of just considering rewriting this in my own engine instead of Unity. But yeah, here's some more gameplay footage of it. I don't know though. I just don't wanna have like so much work tied to another company. I just wanna own everything, you know? And plus when you write the engine, you can actually do a bunch of specific things for the game that most engines don't allow you to do. Or you have to work and bend over backwards to force it to do it. And at that point, you're already doing engine level work, so, you know. What's going on here? Your clavicles protrudes very well. That's a crazy one, Adam. So man, what's going on? Hello. How are you doing today? Shoulder blade people. I know, crazy. Shoulder blade time. That's wild. I think I'm not even like trying to hide my face. I just do in general, but like, I don't know. I don't think my face is that interesting. I think the people come here for the CRT with the green color mode. Whoa! So what did we just do? We did something. Right, I was debating if I was going to make the audio effect thing be... Are we reserving audio anywhere else? We have audio. There's play. And we get the handle for engine audio, which we reserve by default. And what happens from there? What happens from there? I was looking for something specific. No, I can't remember what it was. I know we were thinking about making it static, because you don't have to do the whole process of like getting and retrieving it. I think it has something to do... I can't remember. There's like a specific thing I wanted to do, and I forgot it. I've lost it. I've lost it. Dang it, Bobby. I think I wanted to go into the definition of something. Maybe can't handle. But I can't remember why I'd want to do that and what I'm looking for here. Like, this just does its thing. So I'm not sure what I was thinking about addressing. Alright, whatever. Let's go back to here. Yeah, we have this being addressed with now. Deal with asteroids getting players stuck. That's done. Added health pickup into level possibilities. That's a simple asset thing. Okay, so we have some big fish to fry. These have been like largely, I mean, not small necessarily, but just not as important big things. There's some bigger things now I want to do though. One of them is going to be the main menu change, or just shop changes, if we can see that. The other one's like a game loop or game level change. So right now we have a couple things that are commingled that I want to uncommingle. Just sounds intimidating. It's not that. No, it's not, Travis. It's not that intimidating. Especially nowadays, like there's so many tools. Like you don't have to write everything from scratch. I like doing that. I find it fun to write things from scratch, and it gives you a lot more opportunities to learn specific things that you normally don't get to. But you don't have to do that. Like, you can use a bunch of off-the-shelf solutions or libraries or components to get what you need to get and then implement the things you want to implement. Like, I know the one that people often go to is Raylib. It's a great, like, C library, which a bunch of different languages have written wrappers to, and it's cool because it's very modular, so you can just kind of choose the component of it that you want. So you have this architecture here. So depending on what you want, you can just yoink stuff and then leave what you don't want to have. So you want to deal with, like, you know, handling certain types of audio stuff, you can just get the audio module. If you want to get something for handling input, you can do that. Or you can just import the whole suite or whatever. So that's a thing, you know, that people dig and lowers the friction for development. There's also other things that are robust, like SDL. I think they have 3 now, which lets you, which offers a lot of the same kind of functionality in a more unified thing. So input, audio, all that stuff, it's tied in there. And then if you want to have specific components, like I know there's like Box 3D had a recent release, so if you want to have more complex 3D physics, you can always use like this library, and it's very straightforward. And there's other libraries too, like you can use like PhysX and whatnot. But yeah, like nowadays it's actually pretty easier. I'm not gonna say easy, but it's much more easier to get your own engine up and running and just working with it. But yeah, man. Yeah, I think I find myself, the technical stuff is fun. The thing I struggle with is design, which is why we're doing like a very simple game, because even the simple game is kind of taxing my design decisions and workflow as well. And it's better to do it now in this more straightforward context than with like a more complex game. So right now, we have this thing where there's aesthetic and mechanical things in the game. Okay, let's actually talk about this differently. Do I have Krita anywhere? We'll use Krita and talk about this. And hopefully by talking about this, it'll help me have better understanding of the project. You look sharp, and then you do C sharp, period. Thank you, Anuska. Tamirka, I'm sure you will be able to rewrite that game. It's such an interesting game, atmospheric, cozy, unique. Some of the parts greater than parts. Yeah, I really liked Messy Mansion, and I can't wait to get back into working on it. And I think we can do some more advanced stuff, like how we deal with calling and avoiding overdraw. I know there's a big... Because I want to make a big immersive world. And you can do that. You can force Unity to do it. But I can just... If I have my own engine, I can just do things. I can change the entire rendering pipeline. Alright, anyways. So we have, like... We have this Venn diagram. Okay, maybe let's use a different brush than this. Okay, that's... Also, is this... This is, like, not correct. I don't know why this shape is... Look at that, I can't even draw a circle. It turns out into an oval. That's me drawing a circle. And it's being an oval. I have to configure my Wacom. Okay, whatever. So, the game, we have items, right? So we have, like, a hull, which is, like, the visual of the ship you're riding. You have the engine, and then you have like chips and whatnot. The thing that's kind of problematic is hull, because in this game we have kind of two things, and in a lot of games there's kind of two main areas. There's the aesthetic things of the game, and then there's the mechanical things. Aesthetics are like visuals, mechanicals are things that change the actual gameplay. So for example, the engine, you don't see it in the game. It just changes how it works. So the engine would be just purely in the mechanical side of things, right? Now, and then if you have like the player, we can change how the player looks. Like that'd be purely an aesthetic thing, right? Like clothes or something. That doesn't change the gameplay. Now, we have this weird thing with hulls. They both have an aesthetic look to them, but they also change the mechanics. And when I play test with my niece, it seems like she wants to have a lot more freedom for changing the visuals, right? And doesn't really care about like the actual engine aspects of this. So, there's a couple things I want to do. I want to add more things to the aesthetics. So we're actually going to add player customization as well, even if you don't really see the player that much in the game. But hey, she wants to be able to do that, right? So why not let her? I also want to move the hull from this category over here. Now with this game, hull right now it has a value of like how much hearts you have. It determines like the weight of the vehicle and like how many hits you can take. So, if we're going to move the visual of the hull to be purely aesthetic, where it doesn't change the mechanics, I need to move this functionality over here somehow, right? I do want to have a way of changing your hearts, and maybe even the weight of the vehicle. Maybe not. And right now, our shop is encapsulating everything into one thing, which is not good. So, I want to work on splitting these up, where you can configure your engine and all these other components, but you don't have to. And if you want to just focus on the aesthetics, you can also just do that. There's also another issue with how we handle engines and even hulls, right? Which is that when you have an engine, it starts at a certain level of like quality, and you can purchase upgrades to increase it, right? Whatever that value is. And you can keep doing that. The issue is that with engines, it's not purely a positive thing to upgrade it, right? You can make it so fast where it's unwieldy, and you can't downgrade it right now in the game. So you can theoretically upgrade your engines to a point where it's just terrible and you can't do anything about it. You're just stuck. So I'm thinking about making a new kind of configuration panel for managing this. Or instead of having it be a linear thing and having, you know, it be odd. Instead, what I want to do is actually present the player with like a simple UI or grid. And you have like categories for the health of your vehicle, how much hearts it has. And we can say like, you know, the speed of it, its maximum velocity. And for these categories, they're going to have like, you can think about them maybe as just like stars or some kind of marker. Or we can just do something like this. And this indicates like some kind of level of it, right? So if you have 3 dots here, that indicates that you have 3 hearts, right? And we're going to allow them to increase and decrease. I'm not sure if that looks good. But for each category, they're going to have like some kind of arrow. And the player's going to have some kind of just general... They're going to have some kind of general, like, I don't know, a currency you can think of. You can call it maybe like energy or something. And they can allocate that amount of energy in different ways. So if the player has like 4 energy, let's say, if the player has 4, then they can fill out 3 of the hearts, but only fill up 1 of the speed, right? And if the player increases in energy, they can fill out this slot. Not only can they fill this up if they get like 5, maybe we also allow them to be able to purchase new slots for the game. So that, maybe we'll do this. Can I please have a normal, there we go. There might be a plus sign next to each category. And this indicates, hey, you can purchase another slot and expand this outward. So it would be a simple, straightforward way of just seeing all the stuff you have here. There's also the thing of like having different engines with different acceleration profiles. I'm not sure what we're going to do with that. Maybe we can have like another category for just dealing with acceleration or something. And that's another factor you can change. Or maybe we can have like a a drop down toggle here for the different types of engines that you have that have different characteristics, and we can show like that graph or whatever we've implemented for how acceleration works. I don't know. Or maybe we don't. I don't think people would really care about the acceleration profile, if I'm going to be honest with you. So maybe we'll just consolidate this into just a simple, another component for just acceleration. So this is where I'm at right now. Live or before each level. So you can do that in each level, or before you go into the levels. Also, what's going on, Royalty? Good to see you, man. I harvest my own atoms before I write any game software. Wait, what? Take space. Well, what's going on? Jeff, do not breathe oxygen. You're taking up the space to breathe our oxygen. Wait. Adisko, why are you going so hard on Jeff? What did Jeff do or say? Yeah, I've been here a minute since, it's been a minute since I caught you live. Glad I did tonight, though. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's always nice to see you here, Royalty. And thanks for that series recommendation. I forgot what it's called. It's not Game Dungeon, but that was kind of fun. That was like a little blast to the past. Adding backgrounds. This game is crap. Gotcha. Had a crazy wrist comment earlier. Yeah, we're just calling it a wrist comment. Jeff didn't mean that. His wrist slipped. How about adding background or atmosphere changes too? Like when the player levels up, it becomes more elevated and challenging, but aesthetic wise, becomes more engaging, like more colorful. Like the environment they're in, like actual elevation, height wise. Oh, like as if the player's like living in like a penthouse or something. So maybe, I mean, I'm not. This is not exactly it, right? But maybe the player starts over here, and as they get more energy, they start moving up into a more gentrified part of. It's like over here, you look out the window and you're just seeing like, I don't know, a bum fight or something, and I don't know, a garbage can on fire. Okay, it doesn't have to be that, but like, and eventually you get up here and you're like Wilson Fisk looking over, what was it, Hell's Kitchen in New York? Maybe Pokemon Pinball. Yeah, I still haven't played that, but I remember you bringing that up too. Actually, there's something from Pokemon Pinball that you're recommending, mechanic-wise. Krita's the move, love it. Yeah, Krita's fantastic. I used to be a Clip Studio Paint guy. No more. Yeah, so this is gonna. So I'm thinking about this though, because this is gonna be on a CRT in the game. That's the idea, and we're just gonna have a old Y2K style website, and maybe have a fictional business that's like doing the upgrade on your machine. Jeff's. I don't know. Maybe the engine guys. Or Jeff's Barely Legal Auto Body Shop. I don't know. Yeah, acceleration profile is kind of a weird thing to try to communicate. Maybe simpler if we just condense it down to just like, hey, this makes you move better. So actually, Bone Circuit, one other thing I was thinking about, right? Because this is pre-level, but I also want to do something during the level. So right now, like, your machine's pretty static. You start in the garage, you make your changes, and then you go into the level, and that's it, right? You go as long as you can, and then whatever, right? And each level, in this level, you're just going between stages, right? You're trying to complete stages. So you beat stage 1, and then you go to the next stage. Stage 1, and then stage 2, and then whatever, stage N. Say stage N. I'm actually thinking about doing something else here, right? I'm thinking about interjecting in between stages. So when you get to the end of a stage, that the player gets presented with like a choice. And this is going to be not a permanent choice, but rather just something for the run. So maybe you're given a choice of like, hey, maybe you can get 1 more health. There's a game called Archero that does this kind of thing. So hey, you maybe get 1 health, or maybe you get, I don't know, faster acceleration, right? Or maybe you attract coins or whatever, right? Stuff like that. Something that's not going to be permanent, but it makes each run feel a little bit more different because now you're not just, or maybe you just can get more coin or something. Like, that's another option too. And maybe we can make it where, like, maybe we can make this also be, because one idea is we can also have this where you don't actually, to make this a little bit more risky, we can make it where you can, these decisions cost something, right? So maybe this costs like, I don't know, 100 coins. No, we're not doing fill tool. 5 coins or something. Or you can just do nothing, right? Then that would get rid of this option. We wouldn't want to just award coins. So this would be more like a decision-making thing. What happened? No, I don't want to. What happened to my Krita? What happened? Where did you go? Why are you there? Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's actually, I'm thinking more along these lines. Now that I think about it. Yeah, let me, please, I just want to use a normal brush. So this is significantly different, but I think the benefits of it would be much greater. And it's not, honestly, hard to code this whatsoever, right? Like, it really wouldn't be. But I think it'll give some more, it'll be more interesting to gauge with. So maybe the option would be, like, just do nothing. Or maybe at the end of each level, you get to, like, a shop or something, right? And that's where this is happening. Or maybe every 3 levels or something like that. Add like pink Nokia phones. Y2K website? Yeah. Add pink Nokia flip phones where the player can contact other people to help them out in a mission or something. I like that. Ooh! Anuska! What if that's like the pause menu? You're a genius, Anuska. What if like when you press pause, a flip phone just pops up. And like you have the options on here. And like the player is just navigating by like this UI on the phone. Oh, I love this dude. Actually, it's such a good genius. I'm so this. Okay, this is why chat's gonna be added as a credit to the game. Welcome to the credits, Nuska. You made it there. But yeah, isn't that cooler? Like, I like. It's cool that we have that little effect, that dot thing. But like, I think we're going through such great lengths to add like this diegetic feel of the game. I think a little detail like that, and then like, what if like there's like little key charms? Like, what would we put on there? But I think this is a much better design for the game. Is there a second chat? Yeah, there's vertical chat on wait a second. Are you guys seeing? Oh no, I paused. That's why. Okay. I was scared that wasn't showing my screen. Yeah, there's a vertical chat royalty. Yeah. Game B, Evergreen Grind. A strong protagonist like a boss who appears mid-level to take away something before you compete against them. The practice would be a ramming vehicle, so it pushes you away from perfect runs. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, Game A, Grease Monkey. Grease Monkey upgrades. Oh, like for the name? Evergreen Grind. A bagel, watermelon, something cutesy on the chain. Yeah. There's probably be a bunch of them. I like the bagel idea. Tomogachi. Okay, so Nuska, that's also a third thing. We've talked about this before, right? So if we go into the game, and this is why this game is taking so long, because mechanically, a lot of this stuff is actually really straightforward to implement. The issue is discovering the right things to implement. We can implement a bunch of things, but choosing the right thing to implement is actually way different. So you notice how we have 3 categories. There's one for the hull, where you can choose how the car looks. There's another one for the engine. We talked about that, right? And then we have this chip thing, where it gives you some kind of ability. And it was really originally just like a chip, like a component, another component in the car. But my niece came up with this great idea. Well, this is what she wanted, right? And I actually like it more. I think it's cooler. Her idea is that she wants to have buddies, like little animal pals, right? That you that fly with you in the game. So like, in fact, let me grab one of the pictures she drew, because my niece is the current she's employee number 1 for Cozy Cabin Games. But she drew these. She drew these guys that would have like different abilities or something. I'm not sure you can see well here. Here's in the bottom camera, and here's in the side camera. But yeah, so like she just wants to have buddies. But I'm thinking about it, I was like, you know what, it actually might be better to instead of having chips, you instead just have buddies, and they actually give you your special abilities, and we can design them to look however they, you know, makes sense for them to look in terms of what ability they're gonna do. So like she drew like something that would have like a hat, like a sombrero, and that would be like the drill ability, the buddy that drills through things. So yeah, that's like one idea, right? And it might be kind of cool to have one of those guys on the keychain as well, kind of like a Tamagotchi. The other thing I was thinking about is like, you know how in Sonic, Eggman entraps like animals into these robots? The Eggman robots and whatnot. And then when Sonic breaks them open, little animals come out of it. It'd be kind of cool if there's something like that. And maybe these animals, you don't just purchase them, but rather like you unlock them through finding them randomly in a level. Or something, right? So they become part of your entourage, and you can choose to you know, use them. That sounds terrible, but like, I guess equip them. I'm not sure where that would fit though. They do fit in this category here, but I think it's actually perfectly fine that they stay in that side. Or usually a set of smaller games, either grind and then the story. Yeah, I mean that's the game loop is just that, you know, grind or level and then main menu and whatever. So game A is usually the grind to gain. Game B is the meta game that you get to get hooked on the settings. Gotcha. As you free them, you see them hanging out in the main menu screen. Yeah, like we have this whole area here, and it feels kind of empty. But it would be kind of cool if like you see your buddies hanging out in different spots all over the place, you know? Like maybe there's one hanging off the ceiling fan, maybe one hanging out here. Eventually we're going to have like a table with just a CRT instead of this. So maybe they can be hanging out on the desk as well. Like, I think that would be kind of cool to have them have their own specific stations and liven up the area here. You see them, yeah. They then give you lost levels or jobs that were never completed. So they are previously lost courier drivers you rescue. Huh? They then give you lost levels or jobs that were never completed. Oh, you know, that'd be cool. For like, because right now we're just giving them all the levels, but it'd be kind of cool if you start with a small subset of levels and then you okay, some more ideas, more spitballings. Maybe you can have actually choose levels you go to. Like right now we just have a bunch of levels, and then they're just randomly choosing between them. But maybe they're like in sets. I don't know. I don't want to go too much that route. I want this to be just kind of, hey, you just go and you get whatever you get type deal. I don't think I want to worry about having like level sets and unlocking new levels. But that would be something more meaningful, right? If like you go, hey, you can choose between level set 1 and there's like 4 levels. Level set 1 and then level set 2. And these are like the new levels you unlocked from like picking up a package from a courier or something. I don't know. You can have them all or have like one of them, and each buddy has their own power. Oh, that's the goal, Anuska. So like, I want to replace chips with buddies. So each buddy has their own power. I think the restriction is that you can only choose one buddy to go with you along on a trip. But you know, all the buddies you've collected, you can choose between them. So if you collected like buddy A, B, and C, now they're available for you to choose from, right, in the main menu. But let's say there's another buddy D, you can't choose them until you actually find them out in the wild. Maybe there'll be a buddy per level, so for each level there's like a specific buddy associated with that level. A couple Hamiltonian paths would cover it. What do you mean Hamiltonian paths? So yeah, this is like the big thing. Though I know this feels like such a stretch. Like we're just adding more stuff to it, but I think this is necessary. But the last thing I'd want to add is the potential of saving presets for your machine. Like you chose how the machine looks. Maybe I'll have drop down here for like, I don't know, we have to figure out how we're gonna handle choosing like, yeah, we can keep it simple. We can keep it super simple. I don't have to overcomplicate it. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do maybe an idea for presets, but that seems a little much. But it could be like you have a garage and you have a bunch of... I was talking to a friend about this recently, and that's an idea he brought up that I think actually makes a lot of sense. Because it'd be kind of annoying to just keep... Like maybe you have one specific preset you like, but then you might want to try another one. It might be annoying to kind of reconfigure it. This I'm not as sold on, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's actually that big of a benefit to have that, but that's an idea. That's like the last thing I'm considering. I'm not sure how I want to go about it. Like maybe you can save it to whatever preset that's current active, and then there's another part of the level that has like all your vehicle presets. So maybe like if this is the garage area, maybe you see, oh, there's a car here, but then like there's nothing in lots 2 and 3, right? Okay, that doesn't look good. Let me try this again. So you have here, you have this here, and then maybe you have like slots on the ground of like, you know, this, and then you can see your first default vehicle here, and you can keep modifying this, or you can make another slot and save your vehicle there. So if you want to, you can just choose between those configurations. This, I'm not sure if there's a big ROI on that, return on investments. I don't think that's the biggest friction point for this game. All these other things, I think they're actually very necessary for making it funner and more engaging. This, I'm not as sold on. Like, yes, it would be a positive. I'm just not sure if it's actually that big of a benefit. Couple Hamiltonian paths, graphs to traverse. Oh, kind of like FTL. Can be marveling your cars if you have more than one build out. Marvel post, game completed, boast social. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because that kind of reminds me of like how FTL does it. Maybe that's actually because there's no context for the game. We're just going, but maybe that's actually what we do. Is like what FTL does, where it's, hey, you're starting from this node and you can go to these areas here, right? And your goal is to eventually get over here. So you have these areas, and this might produce like these other options. And each one of these nodes is a level you're going to, and you can see what level it is. Dude. Game circuit, man. I didn't even think to connect that. But yeah, like you're starting here. Yeah, I kind of wanted this to just be an infinite game, but I don't know, man. This might be the move, dude. Adding a color and adding charms and also some spray paints designs. Yeah, I'd almost want to make this game more high resolution if I'm gonna, because the sprites are so small that you can't really see things like charms. Like even here, that's the resolution we're playing at. And like in game, like this is, oh my goodness, I forgot. Yeah, this is what the speed up does. Okay, like you can't react. You're just going so fast that like this is just crazy. Yeah, like that's not. This is not the move. Yeah, let me change that again. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna go back to normal. Yeah, we're sticking with that. Complete a city maps, generate different city names. Yeah. You know what? What could be, because we talked about this whole energy thing. We've just casually introduced a whole new category of currency, right? This vague thing called energy. What if, like, you get energy? Because this is gonna be, there has to be a purpose to this start and end thing, right? And we can make like that glory wall you talked about. But what if completing an entire route for like a randomly generated node graph here awards you like energy, and all of a sudden like you have way more possibilities here, assuming that the game you can actually like, I want it to be where you can beat the game with the default vehicle. Maybe that might be hard, but maybe that's what we do, is if I have energy be awarded here. Today, doggo walk time here down under. All good, man. No, thanks to the ideas, Bone Circuit. It's actually super nice. This is actually super helpful. Yeah, I like this a lot. I just need to figure out how to make this work well within this loop we've constructed. That's just raising eyebrow. How about you can just customize the vehicle, like adding color and adding charms? Yeah. I'm thinking, do we raise the resolution of the game so we can actually see things better? One second, where is the Jeez, it's just instantaneous. Why is it instantaneous like that? That's actually kind of weird. It shouldn't be. Oh, I guess there's not much weight in this one. It's like a super lightweight vehicle because we're trying to make them be kind of meaningful. Starter. Which one is it? Is it just start hull? Yeah, the starter hull has a bit more weight, so it has like a more... I like that rider also moves and not just the vehicle. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you noticed that detail. Yeah, I was very particular about that. Yeah. I mean, beyond just writing, though, we probably have to figure out unique hazards for the levels. I mean, we kind of have some with certain levels, but like the falling leaves in the Japan one. Yeah, the weight is really a big factor here. So I guess we have a single value that kind of determines how fast the vehicle accelerates. So that's our value that we can just modify. Dude, I'm actually, the more I think about that node graph idea, the more I'm kind of digging it, because it's also certain issues where you can, it gives more agency to the player. Like if they don't like a level, they can just choose to use a different one on a path, unless it's like the only one. But yeah, I always mess up this level. I don't think I've completed it yet. Here's another try at it. It'll be fun to implement that graph generation algo. I don't think it'll be that crazy to do. I might have to do some kind of like greedy algorithm thing for ensuring that nodes have different levels and they're not just the same. The falling leaves. Oh, did I even make it through? Come on. Come on, come on, come on, let me go. Oh, the leaves got me. The leaves got me. I should make the leaves actually be not physical colliders. Assign falling leaf. Yeah, I think that should fix it. And assign tile. I think, and there's asteroid as well. That I'm not sure what I want to do. Maybe we'll just keep it physical, because actually it's not that bad. Dude, playtesting is... it's crazy how valuable it is. It's crazy how valuable it is, dude. I like the writer also. Yep, small stuff makes a big difference. Yep, 100%, dude. Scammed. Yeah, I got scammed there. I made it to the end. And I got. Tragic. But yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like, playtesting is super crazy important. It's kind of crazy because the first version of this game, the one I made like in 2020, she loves that. She's super cool with it. It's just like intrinsically like she just grinds on that game and it's fun. In this one, we're like fighting so hard to, we're fighting so hard to try to make it fun for her, but it doesn't quite click with like the first game. But hey, that's how you start exercising your design muscles, right? You don't learn when things go right. You learn when things go wrong. Alright, we have to increase the heart capacity so that they actually spawn in. I don't know why they're not spawning. Oh, are we not gonna make it? Oh, that's clutch. We barely made it in time. Yeah, it's crazy how like that little timer effect makes such a huge difference now. Now you know there's a goal. The time, like, you know what caused you to fail if you timed out. And now there's like pressure. Dude. This is starting to feel like so much like a real game, dude. Like I know like I know it's a real game by all technical definitions, but it's just, you know? The more things that react to... Okay, that's a bug. That was a bug. I don't know what's going on with placement. Something's going on wrong with placement, and I don't know why that's happening at all. You also have to add options here. We haven't done that yet. For you for testing. Maybe like doing unit test stuff, but even then. The testing I'm doing is not like technical testing. It's like user testing, like giving a build of it to my niece on her phone and just watching her play and trying not to intervene at all. It's so hard, man, but that's like the most beneficial thing. Let me try to set the collision as well. Yeah, you need to be a physical collider, not a trigger. Yeah, there you go. Is it because the player starts up there? I don't know what's going on here. Like sometimes when you go to the next level, it's just not setting you correctly. I don't know why that's the case. Okay. So we need to start breaking stuff up in the garage. So we have this whole items thing. That's gonna change. Because no longer you're gonna be purchasing like an engine or something like that. Like that's not what you're doing. Instead we're gonna have a whole vehicle configuration. And in fact, I need to make that actually. Where is it? Levels. No, we're going to be going to shop. Or is it just home? This is where assets are, but game data. We're gonna make a new file. Ship config. I haven't done that in a while. I usually just make the file directly in through Ranger, but today I was like, usually you end up having to go into the editor anyways, so I forgot that it generates the boilerplate for you. Vertical, what's going on, Monsi? Good to see you, man. So we have to think about this. Essentially what we're gonna have is like an array of ints. We're gonna have to have like a maybe equal to like, I don't know, 32 or something. Or 16. And then it's gonna be like, I guess just an array, really. So, health, that's gonna be 1. And it's going to be and then there's going to be one for speed, another one for acceleration, nice. So these are our 3 categories. We have this max one here. We also have to have like current energy reserve. Dude, I'm super happy with these designs though, man. Like, this has been a super helpful stream, guys, as far as ideas and design and whatnot. I'm very happy. So yeah, this is like the general data we're gonna be dealing with here. Okay. Cool. Then we're gonna have like different things like try, I don't know. It's coming along for sure. Yeah, dude. And it's like it's grown in scope from what I was initially gonna implement, but honestly, like it's turning to something that I can feel like happy with. You know? Like sure, I could have gotten something done in a much smaller amount of time, but I don't think I would have been as happy with it. And I don't think I would have developed as a designer. Heck, I don't think I'm even that much of a designer, but like the only way you actually get to flex and grow your designing chops is by designing and then like validating or testing it against people in the wild. Okay, I'm not sure if I want to do this. Maybe I'll just do a category thing. Try increment. Maybe I'll just make it enum or something. That's just like the correct thing. We have to actually have a couple things going on here. There's current energy reserve, and there's max energy reserve. Because some of it's going to be distributed across here. And in fact, these are all going to be booleans, really. We don't need to have... This doesn't need to be an array. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, this is just going to be an integer of how many, how much each category has been upgraded. And I guess maybe we want to have like a current versus max. To know like how much the player has upgraded it. And how many slots are available as a result of that. Which, in all honesty, like, we could just lay this out as, like, an array that you index into. If I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, maybe I could have done just, private int, current, and then max, and then just create an enum for e type, or ship component, and it'll be like hull or health engine, or actually no, it's just the category speed, acceleration, I can't spell, it's 2 L's I think, excel, I actually can't spell, what, how do you just, is that correct? We'll find out later. But yeah, we get rid of all of this then. And instead you just have an array of like why are you mad at me? Alright, there we go. So you have these, and then now you can just do try increment e category component. And then you can do like Mom, Cozy's coding a game and he won't let us have the source code. I'm actually thinking about doing that, TSD, though. I'm thinking about actually dropping the source code for the game along with the release. But don't tell my mom, alright? Don't tell my mom about me making a video game. My parents, they don't want me to do programming. I remember when my papa sat me down and he said, "Son, I see you learning how to program and do engineering, and it disgusts me. You're throwing your life away, son. Why can't you spend your time doing something more stable, like pursuing guitar and playing jazz fusion? No son of mine's gonna be an engineer." "Son, if you don't pick up the oil paints, you're not my son." So that's why, I hide that I'm an engineer. They just see me playing. They just see me playing. They just see me playing pumped up kicks at weddings. They don't see the real me. Mom, I just want to be an engineer, Mom. Oh, dude. Alright, we have to do less comparison. We have source code at home. Yeah. You need a soundboard of an angry mother yelling at me. Oh, dude. That would be good. I was thinking about that today, but not like a soundboard for, I don't know, I was thinking, because I know back in Twitch days I used to do like reacts for like, have reactions for subscribers and stuff like that, but I was thinking about that scene in Tetris where, I forgot his name. You just have to hear, all you have to know is there's two programmers and they code something good and they're like, hey, we have to support these little victories, eh? I was like, nice. I want to have that. I want to be able to just say that during the stream or play that clip during the stream. Yeah, we'll see, dude. So we have C, max, current. Is going to be current, and then if current is greater than or equal to max, we cannot perform this. Turn false. Yeah. Otherwise, I guess we're just good to go. We just go, yeah. And that's that. Turn true. And that's how you increment the ship components. We need passion, not monies. Passion doesn't grow on trees. That's right, son. Passion doesn't grow on trees. Son, do you want to be a cog in the system? No son of mine will be a salary man. How? Your mother told me that you have a 401k, son. Is this true, son? Do you have a 401k? Oh, a pension? Get out. Get out. You're dead to me. This is going to be largely the same, except a little bit different for the try. Decrement. We don't need the max, actually. If current is equal to 0, false. Otherwise, we perform the decrement. So we have our functions for trying to increment and try decrement. Perfect for the ship components. We'll implement the saving stuff later. But this is essentially it. And then also we have to have the max category. If this should be a fatal thing. We should not allow upgrades that exceed. Else we do max, or actually max. This should be max. Sick. Dad has shell necklace holding a philosophy book, heading, or shaking his head in disdain. Yeah. I can't believe this. My son would rather pursue the hard sciences as opposed to the arts. How dare he? Yep. Cabin guy remembers these conversations. Okay, I think we've pretty much implemented the ship config stuff. I think the last thing we need to do is just get the state of it, or allow direct access of it, which, you know, that's totally fine, man. That's like totally fine, dude. I don't want anyone to I don't even trust myself to like not modify this stuff, so we were gonna do like a, I don't know. I was creating a house. What happened while I was gone? I think the occupant is not happy with my house. They quit out the window. Wait, what? Crap. What's going on, Andrew? How you doing, dude? Real upgrade, not upgrade. Upguard. I need to fix that. Is that your display? That's so cool. Yeah, this is how we live our life, man. This is how I live my life, dude. Can you use a split keyboard? It's like a normal keyboard, to be honest. I go between this and a normal one pretty often for work, or on laptops and stuff like that. It's not that bad, actually. It's very much similar. The only thing that's different is like the buttons here, the thumb buttons, but aside from that, it's pretty much the same, dude. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna try to just wrap this into I don't want to wrap this into a state. I don't know what the UI would probably want. Honestly, like, this could all just kind of be a property, can't it? Or do I have to even do that? I can just do like max int cast and this. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. And then max energy. No. There we go. So this is all like essentially the getting in operations. WCT Jerry, yeah, W split, yeah, dude. Hey man, you understand, dude. You understand the appeal, the height of human-computer interaction. What's your word per minute with that keyboard? Because it looks really fast. It's not really that great, honestly. Honestly, this keyboard forced me to actually learn how to type. So I think I probably improved just from that, but also, you know, it's also nice that it's calm. But let's do, we always do this on stream. We always just do a quick monkey type test, and then you're gonna see just how accurate we are. You're gonna see just how we are. And you're gonna see that, tragically, even with this keyboard, I'm not elite. I'm not in the triple-digit crowd. I'm sadly just a pedestrian, a poser, poser, dude. I just want the prestige of the mighty split keyboard, but not the not the actual typing speeds. Well, there you go. That's your answer. 82. That's where we're at today. I like CRT screen, basic monitor for developer. That's all you need, man. And watch 2x speed to catch up. Easy, dude. Yeah, still making the same game? Yeah. Well, we got some new ideas. We're changing it. It's becoming much more, I don't know, something that I feel much more proud of, as opposed to a game just to get done for the sake of spectacle and then toss it. I don't know, I just get too attached to this stuff. So, we have this new data, and now I can make some new UI to implement this new system we have going on here. Hey, I'm new to the stream. I am impressed how you seem to be in a flow state. Keep going, bro. Thank you, Salah. I appreciate it. I'm building my own corn keyboard too. Very fun. What's a corn keyboard, dude? Do monkey type with normal non-split. I cannot unplug my keyboard right now because sometimes with the way I have my OS set up, I cannot plug a keyboard back in and have it actually be detected. So I guess you're stuck here. I guess I could pull out my laptop if you want, but even then, I don't want to risk unplugging this by accident and having that happen. That's happened a few times. Maybe I'll do a stream with the IBM keyboard or something, or have my laptop in a better spot to be able to do this test, but yeah. One day. I've been noticing a rise in the use of CRT due to good contrast. Well, I'm not using it for any good reason, to be honest. I'm just, it's just fun. I'm just a CRT enjoyer. Okay, and then we're gonna deal with serialization over here. Maybe I should just start writing this stuff. I know you're supposed to have like this whole. I think I might just directly handle the writing and saving of this stuff. I don't know. This also has to find something else, right? I thought there's another thing I institute here. I guess we don't actually. What? Why do I have this stuff defined here? Okay, I'm not gonna deal with that. A thespian, an imposter, yup. Some of the game, yeah, I'll show you some of the game. So we talked about some design stuff we're doing on LeetCode and Codeforce and stuff. I don't do any of that stuff. Honestly, like LeetCode and all those platforms for testing coding proficiency is not really applicable for like actual problems. I guess algorithmic stuff is like important, OVN notation and all that kind of stuff, and it's good to be aware of that stuff, but it's very different in practice. Like if you encounter a certain problem, you can always look up research papers and find a good algorithm that tackles a problem with the same characteristics you're looking for, but like a lot of stuff that's actually important are things that are not quite easy to test or build in like kind of format. Like architectural decision or like architectural decisions are almost kind of not focused on necessarily just making the code do the thing it needs to do, but also in a weird way it's almost like UX design for programmers, because you're trying to design something that will still function the way you want it to function when other people have to maintain it. That's one. And then there's another thing that's kind of like almost an economic kind of component that you don't think about, which is like the opportunity cost for how you implement something and then the trade-offs you make for perf, and it's very odd knowing when and how to make those trade-offs for like, you know, some might say like for the sake of performance versus maintainability versus like, I don't know, identifying where actual problems are happening and not just treating symptoms. I think you only really get that by working in actual projects. So yeah, here's the game, and then, I mean, I guess I can put on the music too. So you have this kind of stuff. You go collecting coins, and then you can also activate abilities like Time Stop. There's gonna be other ones you can collect too. I need to change the maps though, because there's a new constraint with how we handle mobile input. I lost. There you go though. Long story short, try to separate. I would not recommend that actually. If I'm gonna be honest with you, TST, that's not my go-to. It's too long, yeah, Mikey PBR. But it's coming together, dude. What LSP are you using? Just the default one for Ryder. I mean, it's probably using Roslyn. I don't think OmniSharp is being maintained anymore. A new hit game called Your Mom's Adventure. Wow, dude. Well, I don't know what to say, honestly. It's been a long time since I've been hit by a yo mama. Anyways. So we have to probably make a UI for this. Where is Unity? Here we go. I should probably separate this out, but whatever. We're just gonna do that. Bro, what is your rating on? Oh yeah. I'm using Ryder i3, and I'm using Ubuntu right now. Here's some general information too that might be helpful. Did you make the music, and if so, how? What software? Yeah, I made all the music for this game, and I usually use FL Studio. I mean, there's more to that. There's like different VSTs I do, and I have a specific audio like recording, tools, but this game is not really recording heavy. It's much more just in the box, so I don't have to rely too much on that stuff. There's some tracks like that require guitar and things like that, but most of this is just like VSTs and MIDI information. I don't think I'm gonna change this, but whatever. Okay. Did I open up the thing, or did it not open up? No, we just created the file, but we didn't open it up. Cool. So you have this upgrade UI. I have to think about how we're gonna do this. We're probably gonna have different arrays of like, probably just use lists or something, or maybe actually array. No, we're not defining a new one. We're using what has already been known by Unity. Yeah. Actually, don't have to worry. We do have to worry about it, actually. Yeah. There's probably a better way of doing this, but whatever. So we have these. I'm not going to actually bother. So we can either instantiate these on runtime, or we can just have them be created in the editor. I'm probably just gonna, I don't know. Probably just gonna have a transform for health parent. And then we're gonna do cell. And then what we're gonna do is either I'm gonna do a get component and get these, Or I'm gonna actually populate it. I'm probably just gonna populate it. Because I might want to be, I think I want to afford myself the ability to change the total number of elements, so I think I might just get like put one element in here and then, oh, there might be other things though I have to worry about. Whatever, I think we're just going to do it that way. Game object. Going to be equal to parent get child 0, because I don't want to deal with prefabs at all. Is it going to be returning a transform? Yeah, it is. Okay, speed, game object. And then we're going to do, what is it? Excel. Okay, radical. And then we're going to do iterations on less than, what is it? Ship upgrade, ship config. I guess that's that. Max category, yep. Okay, we're gonna iterate through this, and then for each one of these category or the game object prefabs, we're gonna essentially just populate these two. Oh, you know what? We essentially have to have two. One for the front and one for the back. Oh, you're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. Yeah, it's just what we're gonna have to do though. Are you a senior developer? Yes. Apparently, I've been deemed to be officially a software engineer or senior software engineer. Fancy. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like I'm just lucking out at every single interjection. I get an assignment and I go, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make this happen. And somehow, you know. Honestly, just God pulls me through, dude. Like, I'm like, yep, this is the one assignment it's gonna expose me for what I am, a fraud. And then, you know, things just happen, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I guess it sounds like I did the thing correctly. People seem happy with me. Sweet. I guess I stay employed another day. It's just kind of how it is, man. Dobby doesn't get to starve today. I'll be fun either way, though. God, it's good. Okay, so we got these presets. Cool. And now we're going to have to do the kind of tedious thing, but whatever. It's not that bad. We're just going to be populating these categories. Health. Front. I almost want to make like a function just to like isolate this out. I'm probably going to do that because I can't be bothered. Create. Populate. And what are you going to have? You're going to have your destination list, which is going to be your... Yeah, if we're doing... This was an assumption that I was going to do get component in children, but if we're going to construct this... then we have to get children, aren't we? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I think it's gonna be better to do that. And then let me guess, I have to use system dot generic, no, collections dot generic. Yeah, there we go. I'm starting to remember the .NET stuff. Wow. Alright, let me catch my chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Just switched my ThinkPad for Kubuntu to Ubuntu server so I can run servers on WireGuard. Sick. Hey, what's going on, Jocelyn the Great? I'm sorry I didn't say hi earlier, but hi. Hopefully you're doing well. Which Switch keyboard? I'm using KT Strawberries. Are you a full-time game dev or do you have a second job? If you don't mind, no, I don't mind asking. Yeah, I have a day job that's software development, but it isn't games focused. But there is some overlap with like games, which is pretty nice. But yeah, my day job is not making games. I just do this for fun on the spare time. Okay, target, and then what? Oh, these are transforms, so preset? So we're gonna make game object copy equal to preset. I think you just do new game object and then do this with it. No. No, you have to do, it's not a over, it's instantiate. I'm forgetting I'm so wrapped up in my own, like, way of doing stuff. Okay, so we have the copy here, and then we do target dot. Actually, I should really do this. Image equals get component raw image. So we have this. We can assert not null to be 100% sure that we've actually built this correctly, and then what we do is we just, bam, add our components. There. And then finally I can just go category by category and just call populate. And I can pass in, for example, what do I call that? Health geo, and then health front. And back. There we go. I think it's gonna be kind of a similar kind of thing. Okay, cool. Excel back. Okay, cool. So that should be all the categories for this. To be sure I'm actually doing things correctly and I've called everything that needs to be called, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to format them like this. So I'm 100% sure that we've called the correct categories. And I'm going to move all the fronts together and all the backs together so we can observe and know that they're all correct. Beautiful. But there is one more thing that we need to do, which is that we have to deactivate them at the correct state. I think I'm just going to do a general update. That's a taken thing though. Update visuals. And it's just going to mimic exactly the state that we have in the back end for all this. So we're going to have, like, for example, access to ship config. Config's going to be there. Config's going to be go to application.get backend get game data ship config. Cool. And then from here we should be able to get stuff. Still going? Yeah, we're going bone circuit. You suffer from accidental success. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't know, man. I can't. I still remember my interview. Like, if it was up to me, I probably would have gotten the job. But I remember getting up at one point in the interview, and I was like about to walk out the door, and then I turned and went to the whiteboard and just started throwing stuff on there and sounding very convincing and sure of what I was saying, even though I was like, I don't know. W set up, thank you, Tommy. Do you use LLMs here or on your day job? I don't use LLMs in my personal stuff. For my day job, I unfortunately kind of have to, both at request of, like, you know. But I'm very careful about it because, like, at the end of the day, you're liable for whatever code is submitted and merged into it, right? So, like, I do not feel comfortable, you know, merging in code that I don't know how it works. I don't understand the inner mechanisms of it. I can't take ownership of that, and so I'm very stringent about it, and that's kind of led me to be very minimal in my usage of LLMs in general because, you know, I spend taking up a significant amount of time reviewing it, and oftentimes it's just faster just to implement it yourself. But I don't know. There is utilities that you can't ignore, but I just don't fundamentally like LLMs in general. Won't you get strained from so much typing? Not really. I'm pretty good about it. I take, like, magnesium glycinate as well. That helps with my nerves. A guy at a game jam I'm currently in always tells Unity is so much better than Godot. What do you think? Never tried Unity before. I prefer Unity over Godot, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like Godot. I'm not digging on anyone who likes Godot. I'm not gonna yuck your yum. It's becoming better and better and better, and it has a lot of great functionality. There's just a lot of things that I don't particularly like about the way it's kind of structured in the flow. Some things are gonna probably improve. Other things are just fundamentally baked into the engine. That being said, I don't want to stick with Unity. As soon as I can, I want to jump to my own stack or engine or whatever you want to call it. But right now, I want to finish the projects I have here and then switch over. But I did try Godot, and there's some things I do like about it. Like, I like its animation system and stuff. I think it's cool how it integrated its languages, and the fact that it has a bunch of support for a variety of languages, which is pretty rad. I remember porting my dev kit over to Godot, but I think long term it's not quite for me. I do software development, Harshad. Do you usually work with or prefer? My preference, I like working with C. It's fun. But a caveat, I like working on my C code. I don't like working on other people's C code. I mean, it's also not as bad, weirdly enough, because there's only so many features in the language, so you look at someone else's code and there's actually a finite number of things that they can be kind of doing in any situation. Whereas, like, I like C# and I think it's a really great language, but there's just so much artificial complexity a person can introduce to a code base, and that just adds so much more cognitive overload in trying to understand it. It makes it harder to understand what's going on. The thing that's gnarlier with C, though, is just macros. Macros allow you to just create wildly different, like, programming workflows. But if you're sensible with macros, it's actually not bad to read C code. Alright, populate, we do that. We do update visuals, right. We're gonna get something. So you have config, and then what did I afford myself? I think I have, like, current energy, which is something we have to display as well. I'm not going to use my custom text rendering thing. I think we're just going to give up and just use TextMesh Pro. Yeah, I don't remember the thing for that. That was just TM Pro, its own namespace. Okay, energy. Each of these categories are going to have additional things to them too. Yeah, I'm not going to use my custom button stuff anymore. I'm just going to use the standard UI stuff and just make a world space canvas. I think in this case it makes sense. I just typed the word increment before. You know, I'm not going to deal with spelling this out every single time I want to use it. That's all you need. That's all a man needs. And then I proceed to spell out acceleration instead of just Excel, whatever. Is this RAM at the bottom? How do you manage to load 28 gigabytes of RAM? I have 64 gigs of RAM, but the way I'm displaying it is incorrect, I think. I think so? I don't know. I think this should be, yeah, I have 39 free gigs of RAM and then 28 used. Yeah, this isn't an old machine. This is a modern machine. Like if I load up BTOP, it's like it's not the most modern thing, but it's still pretty modern and pretty performant by some metrics. I'm just using old peripherals because they're fun. I don't even like my own code after not looking at it for a while. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, right? I think every programmer goes through phases of architecting and designing things a certain way. And that's how you start building up intuition about what kind of works and what doesn't. What are we going to do? Right. Come on. Nope. What am I doing? Nope. What am I current energy? Okay, I was typing something different. And you have to get the categories. Do I really want to? I don't know. Maybe it's better this way. Yeah, there's get max, get current, but I almost kind of just want to get the array and just do stuff based off of that, but whatever. This is fine. Puts a coffee on the table. You're gonna need this No, I just need some good old water, maybe some milk if I'm feeling particularly fancy one day. Or apple juice. That's how you know we're living it up. What game he's making? I do read chat. I'm just looking for just working on stuff. Yeah, I'm working on like a desktop and mobile game. It's gonna be super casual. It's meant to be a small game, but I've kind of ballooned things up. But that's all right. That's how you get better design, right? Let's go on Nelson. I used to get paid for action script stuff. That was super small if you avoid the plugin overload costs. Really? It's been difficult for me to get into it and work on my own stuff to actually improve, but you make it look fun. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate it. Yeah, honestly, dude, like, it's not programming, like, specific, but, like, using Vim and having, like, a cool environment, I don't know, there's a physicality that gets added to programming where it's just not just programming, or problem solving, but there's something kind of, I don't know, it makes it fun to, like, interact and manipulate text and all that stuff. Like, when you make the actual interaction with your machine tactile, and I don't know, there's something about it. It just makes it fun to interact with. I don't get the same kind of thing when I'm using like my work laptop or whatever. Health max, config, get max, and then we're gonna do health. Okay, cool, we get these, I'm gonna yoink these. I should have just done the multi-line edit, but I wasn't sure if they're going to be aligned on the same way. See, I wish objects were contiguous in memory. This is why I don't like the whole default just going to entity component systems and whatnot. I guess it makes sense if you're trying to be very general purpose, but if you know what you want, it's nice to be able to organize things in a way that makes sense. All right. We actually have to iterate through ship config.max category energy. Okay, cool. And there's gonna be 3 different scenarios that are gonna play out. It's either that they're activated, or I don't know, used, available, and purchasable, let's say. Just asking, binding. I don't know, man. I don't think my mom wants me to give her out her contact information. Also, I don't want you to... Why are you going to snitch on me, dude? My parents don't want me to be an engineer. They want me to go into the arts. My father disapproves of me becoming an engineer. He's very mad about that. He wished I went to pursue something stable, like being a session guitarist for a jazz fusion band. C sharp, yeah, C sharp, dude. Side by side, fancy. Yeah, I actually do have a few CRTs in my room right now. We have 3 actually. Do you think of getting a new monitor, or are you good with it? I mean, I have new monitors to the side, so I actually have like a one I have here for like chat and stuff like that, or for streaming and whatnot. So I have modern monitors. I'm just, you know, I'm good with this, man. This is not a necessity. This is a choice. I want to live like this. If I is used, that means I is less than health. If I is less than health. So health is like, actually should be less than because we're indexing inclusively. So health would be 1, and I0 is less than 1, then yeah, this should be activated. So we're going to set, yeah, we're going to make another function for setting categories. Let's be part of it. I guess we can access, I probably need some more information too. Usually I like putting primitives up front, but whatever. So this is actually going to move into here. And you know what, maybe we'll be extra fancy and say, you know what, we're going to aggressively inline. Okay, there's like, what is it, compiler? Or there's a thing for like, not layout, aggressively inline. I forgot what it is. There's a thing, there's an attribute you can use. Yeah, I've used it before. Come on, what is it called? Method implement. Yes. 100% necessary. 100% necessary, guys. We totally need this. This is going to be the biggest difference between like 125,000 FPS and then 5 FPS. I'm telling you, man. Okay, we're going to do raw image front. And you're gonna be fronts now, and you're gonna be front. Not confusing, right? There you go, man. We're gonna do front.set active. Okay, cool, so we're gonna do that. Else. Honestly, we can condense this. Here's what we're gonna do. Look at that, guys. Big brain. Look at that. Look at that optimization. Isn't that just chef's kiss? Oh, and this becomes so much more simpler as a result. You'll love to see it. So now the condition's not going to be this, but rather going to be if I is less than max, then it's going to be back is going to be available, otherwise not. Gosh, man. Big brain. So big brain, dude. It hurts. My massive noggin. Okay. I mean, we're gonna see if this actually works. This may not. There's a good chance it may not actually. That I may have just simplified something, and it's actually not gonna work the way I want to. But we're just gonna pretend like life is the way I want it to be. Yeah, these are properties. Health front, health back, and then what do you current and then max, and then health max. Okay, whatever. These are the only two things that really matter. We just have to do this for the other three categories. Honestly, I think I could just do, I mean, this is not worth it, but why not, dude? Nice. Okay, and then we're just we're just gonna replace it with speed and health speed max. Whatever. Leave me alone, dude. Leave me alone. I just wanted to see. So, okay, I'm gonna check chat right now, guys. 1 second. Oh, dude, my back is shrimping right now. I need to straighten up real quick. Okay, so we set the categories here. Beautiful. And that should just work. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. McDonald's ice cream engineer. Yep. What does aggressive inline does? Okay, so Sleepy Creator. So you can think about it like somewhere. Yeah, we can do it here. No. So somewhere like here's a big list of all the instructions for your program, right? Like the compiler runs and it generates the final instructions, right? And you can think about it where you have, there's a bunch of code up here, and then maybe you get to line, I don't know. Conceptually, you can think about it this way, right? In fact, you can think about it even simpler, right? We're not thinking about assembly or anything. Imagine like the compiler runs, and then it compiles everything into like one final like mega text file. Instead of a bunch of files, everything gets whatever, right? And you can think about it like maybe line 1000, you have your function, I don't know, do thing A, and then within this function, it calls another function, right? Do thing B. Well, now the machine, now it's gonna have to jump somewhere else in the code base, and it may be like, this is not actually how it's working. This is the simplest way I can think about it, of like condensing it. Anyways, the program has to jump and somewhere else arbitrarily in the code base to find where this function is, and let's say do thing is like 1,000 lines or something later, right? Do thing B. Your CPU finds where the function is, and then it starts executing stuff, and then it has to go back to this part of the code, right? That's inefficient, especially like in a very highly performant context. There are times where you don't want to have to load code that's somewhere else in memory, right? So instead, you can use this attribute called aggressively inline. And what it does is it takes all the contents of do thing B. For example, let's say like do thing B, I don't know, essentially just does, come on, dude, work with me. I don't know, x++, right? Let's say that's just all this function does. Well, every time this function's being called, we're going to replace the function call with instead a copy of the contents of this function. So now you're not jumping all the way to wherever this function is defined. You're instead just doing what the function was defining to do here. There's a trade-off though, where if you use this a bunch, then the size of the code base that gets compiled, right, increases. And depending on how much frequently you use it, it could increase very largely, especially if there's a lot of things happening within this function. So it's not always the best thing to use aggressively inline. But if there's something that's very simple operation and you don't want to have to, you know, jump in, or load something else somewhere else in memory back to here, then you can just use this. And that's why I'm joking about putting this aggressive inline attribute here, because this is not really that important. Like, this is not going to happen every single frame, and it's not going to be, it's not a very complex thing either. So this is not a very performance intensive part of the code base, and yet we're just throwing this aggressive inline thing just for the memes, just for the fun. But it's not something strictly needed. Vim Mastermind. Vim is great. C inline, basically. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? The reason I'm like being kind of finagly about describing it is because like with C and like GCC, there's a very fixed kind of pipeline that's going on, where there's a step where with your C code, it's being like there's a whole step where like it gets kind of compiled into one mega C file. You can kind of think about it, right? And then there's another step that happens where like, well, actually before that, there's preprocessors. So any macros you define, it does that text replacement, and that can be the same thing with your function. So we see you have like the preprocessor. So any macros you have get replaced with like the text that you want to replace it with, and you know all the other stuff happens, right? Linking and whatnot. C# is kind of like that, but kind of not. Also, C# doesn't have macros, but also on top of that, it depends on what you're doing. Because like if you're using, I don't know. Either way, you're generating something, right? You're gonna get like an IL or like actual native code if you're using IL to CPP, but that's just basically what's going on. It's kind of the same thing. It's almost kind of like how C does their macro stuff. For low-level functions, yeah. I mean, if it's a project he would publish, he could use for stuff. He can move through the project fast. He can. I'm not gonna do AI though, dude. I grew up with void, main void. Today we had back to an OS. Oh. I prefer refining the outcomes than the process. Probably why AI is so useful and popular. You can focus on the outcome and make something actually usable and fun to use. I wouldn't say that. But here, like, we're also a difference of people, right? I don't view coding as like a means to an outcome. I enjoy the process itself. I think it's an art form in of itself. And I think there's art into writing good quality code. There's people who are not like that, and you know there's different prerogatives and different character stuff there. I'm not gonna say inherently wrong or right, but for me that's the way I'm wired. That's the way I think about this. This is the way I approach it. I treat it like a craft, and AI removes the craftsmanship of it, and on top of that, there is a price that's being paid whether people realize it or not, which is the cognitive offloading, the cognitive debt. And the more you rely on it, the less you actually have any agency or power over what's generated. And that can be a very bad position to be in, and will eventually bite people. Or at the very least is a very real risk to be aware of. That's my belief, that's my stance, that's kind of how I am. I'm not going to argue about this stuff with y'all, because at the end of the day, this is my personal free development time, and I like enjoying doing stuff for this craft. This is not my day job. So that's the most I'm going to really comment on it. Energy total. So we do all this stuff there. Equals energy remaining over G total. Improved significantly though. Oh, I know, and I'm not talking about like the actual utility of LLMs. This is very separate from the utility aspect of it. I understand there's utility in using LLMs. I understand that, like, you know, Fables is really good at doing stuff, man. Most of my objections are much more not tied to utility, but rather from the other aspects of it. The trade-off that's happening. And of course the other elements. The open thing though is, at least, you know, it's addressing the ethics side of it, which has always been a problem for me, but yeah. Okay, cool. So we have awake. Health, nope. Increment. To observable. I like using observables. Let's see here. We're gonna have a general void increment function. Ship component. Comp. I'm going to do config, try increment, comp. So we got that going on for ourselves. We do inc. This will be health. Of course, we have to do add to this. And of course, we have our decrement equivalent, and we're going to be basically the same except for this. And of course I want to call update visuals so that the entire visual state can be updated accordingly. Well, OS, here you go. Oh, thank you, Royalty. You got me. Up and down while thinking it's so real. Yeah, dude. Honestly, there's like so much like little ticks like that where I'm just like, I don't know what to do. So we're just gonna be doot doot doot. Hey, it keeps the momentum, right? You don't want your hand engine to idle. What did I just do? Alright, okay, cool. Okay. I'm sorry, what? Did I spelled it out like a doofus. We're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that. I'm not gonna do that. I refuse. Okay, cool. And now we have to upgrade the categories to be correct. Cool. Health, speed, acceleration. Okay, so we have our button increment functions added. I think I made a mistake though. I didn't call it decrement. So you have to go through all these. It's not that bad. It's only 3, thankfully. And call the decrement equivalents. Okay, we're good now. We're good. We're good. Okay, so we have our increments, decrements, populate, update visuals. Now the next thing we have to do is that not only do we have to update, we also need to update, actually, well, the data is already updated. We have to update the player to actually receive data from the correct thing now instead of this. Thought machines. All good, Ming Phoenix. You compromise your professional exported material if you use current forms of LLM, GNN, NERF that use data not intended for commercial use. The technology is sound. Unfortunately, the data is not sound at the moment. Yeah. Do you use CRT as your main monitor, or is this a separate streaming setup? No, I use this in general. I mean, if I'm doing music stuff, I'll use my other monitor just because, you know, FL Studio doesn't work and look very good at this resolution. But for coding stuff, actually, I'm fine with using this. It's honestly kind of similar to how I program on my laptop and stuff. Yeah, but this is my main machine, my main rig, and that's how I live, dude. I was using a DWN. What's DWM? I'm using i3. Also, let me catch up, dude. Man, also your keyboard sounds nice. I'm glad, dude. Also, what do you think about global static code in game projects? I'm more amiable to it. It depends on what you're using it for. But it can be very messy very quickly. And it depends on what you're doing too. Like if there are certain places where static just becomes problematic. If it's like simple utilities and stuff like that, that's fine. The thing that becomes tricky is static states. Stateful static information. That could be tricky. Without the mouse, I'm using a Vim Motions in Writer, AFP. I'm using KT Strawberries, by the way. She dosed. I've been learning GD script for a week and a half. I don't understand what's happening, but one day I hope to. Good luck with the grind. Much love. Hey, that's good to hear, Accidental. I appreciate it, man, and good luck on your journey with picking up GD script and getting cracked at Godot. Okay, so we've done this. I need to update the player. And how we're gonna do this? The player is gonna have. Where's my? Yeah, we've done some gnarly stuff here. Where have I done this? Where do I? Yeah, here we go. The vehicle stuff. Maybe I'll make it publicly accessible. I don't know. Probably not, though. And then within Awake. Oh, okay. Oh, these are editor assigned things. Okay, cool. Cat game data. It's gonna be. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna change stuff. Because this is our old, this is going to be our old deprecated vehicle configuration, which is not going to be needed anymore. And we're driving health from here. But no, we're no longer. We're going to be doing... Which is actually kind of a nicer API. And then just max out the up. Where do we deal with weight? Oh, someone in Discord? Are you using Python? No, I'm using C#, man. One second, let's check the Discord. Which, by the way, we have a Discord, guys. Hey! Let's go. Never ask, glad to have you. Welcome aboard. Okay, cool. So where else are we using? In fact, you know what? If I really want to get rid of this, let's try just removing it and then seeing every place where there's errors. Apply configuration to sprites. Yeah, that's going to be a toughie. We have to figure out how we're going to deal with sprite visual stuff. But things get also a little bit simpler because I don't have to deal with like the whole scriptable object stuff. I can just have one simple scriptable object. All right, and then there's also the acceleration profile evaluation, which is going to be a whole thing. But now this gets changed to, okay, this is what we're going to do. This now becomes get. I probably want to cache this value instead of trying to, but for now this is fine. Config get current acceleration, and yeah, I want to have a normalized value. In fact, maybe I'll add a, because sometimes you just want to get the actual integer value. Other times, you may want to get a normalized thing. So we're going to do this. Or actually, I could just reuse the same functions. Let me check the Discord in a second. One sec. So we get these. And then this needs to be a float value. Cool. And now with an acceleration, we can just get the normalized value, and we don't have to worry about doing any of that computation. Perfect. Yeah, it's very nasty static type in Python. Wait, what's going on with Python and statics? Also, let me check the Discord. What's going on? What? Yeah, CRTs are fun though, man. Why? Because I can alpha. Because the CRT is just peak. It's just peak, man. It was going on Finn, and Finn won Miyoko. Is there two Finns? Or do you just, oh, you just joined twice? Okay, got you, man. Make yourself cozy here. Oh, the keyboards are Ergodox, split key. Okay, so this is old. Whole weight, that changes because we're not using... Wait a second. Okay, so we have two things that are effectively... Because we were using weight before. Now that I'm simplifying things down, there's some weird considerations to make. I may just do... Because we're multiplying these. There's Nginx and there's a weight coefficient. Lowest weight LBS, max vehicle hull weight, maximum value with 1 being the minimum. So this is strictly a like increase value. It wasn't gonna lower it. So what I could do is actually maybe just yeah, and this is an inversely proportionate thing, but now that we have a dedicated acceleration coefficient, I can actually just remove this logic, remove this, and just directly use our Excel coefficient. We're just gonna start removing stuff, dude, honestly. Doesn't have to be that complicated. We have Git for a reason, right? Like, there's a reason we have Git status, dude. So you can just do git diff and see what we done did, and then look at other commits. That's the beauty of Git, guys. Okay, so we have this, and now this changes because now we're going to be speed boost coefficient. Okay, I don't want to keep deriving these values. Let's just cache them instead of redundantly retrieving them. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, we spelled this wrong. Acceleration. Close enough. Int health. And then speed. Okay, and then here we're gonna do our cache computation up front. I'm gonna check the server right now. Also, let me catch up in chat. Hey homie, first interview went well. They emailed me first thing. Oh, it was Strofum. What's going on, man? In the morning today to schedule technical phase, and we ended the call with both saying it went really well. We cooking. Let's go, Strofim. Let's go, dude. Get it, man. My boy. Yeah, dude. I'll pray that you get the job, man. But that's good to hear, dude. You love to see it, dude. The interview that I did for my job, I left thinking I blew it. I'm done. It's over for me. It's over, dude. It's over, Ian. But you can be surprised, dude. You can be surprised. What are we gonna do? What are we doing? We're doing config. Right health. Sorry, I'm getting a little. Alright, let me check this server real quick. Love you, buddy. Thank you, Navigator. I appreciate it, man. Make GTA 7. Brother, why stop at 7? Why not make GTA 12 at this point? Little do you guys know, we actually made GTA 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 during a game jam. I'm just holding on to that for a rainy day. Okay, let's check the server. 1 second. Let's go, dude. Welcome, Jack. Glad to have you, man. And there's a question for me in the server, too. Alright, here we go. Hey, Master Crafter, you're here, dude? When did you come back? Is there endless mode in your game? Probably. We will see, Master Crafter. We will see. Non-stop, man. Man, this is insane, bro. What's going on? We have the masterpiece. Yeah, man. Hey, I'm not the only one though. There's actually I feel like there's quite a number of programmers out there, even if they don't say it explicitly, that just don't enjoy this whole vibe coding experience or find it demoralizing. Yeah, so you guys are not alone. Vehicle engine max speed. How are we calculating this? Total speed, that's calculated. And this is defined, okay, the denominator is defined by, okay, yeah. So we have to actually get, not only, we're using this? What are we doing? What? Oh, because we're doing we implemented a stupid reactive property thing. Okay. Just gonna ignore that for right now. Just gonna ignore that. And then we're gonna go back up here. If I can find it. Or speed max. There we go. Okay, what else do we have to fix here? Vehicle. Yeah, we're not gonna be. This needs to be done, dude. This I cannot ignore. I'm gonna have to deal with that. That's actually significant, like an architectural thing to change. Cyclip vehicle engine sound. Yep, we have to deal with that as well. Maybe we'll make that, I don't know. But then this becomes simplified. Now we just do speed, max speed. Yeah. In fact, actually, I don't think I need speed max. I think we just need speed because that's what's defining. Yeah, we're good here. So now we're left with like just 3 areas that still require old legacy code now. We've worked on this project so much that we actually have legacy code now. Isn't that crazy? That's insane. That's okay. Yep, it's a bona fide CRT monitor, dude. Complete with green mode. That's how you know it's legit. Not Vim. Yeah, this is JetBrains, Rumi. I'm using JetBrains with Vim motions though, or just for aesthetics. I'm just using it for the fun of it. I think it's really different than what I use for work. It looks cool. I like playing retro games too. So retro games, you don't have, especially pixel art, like games that utilize pixel art. The way the pixels actually blend together are not the same. So you end up with art that looks different than what the artist actually intended. So it's pretty fun. I think I'm gonna do a Psychonauts stream one day, and we're gonna be able to experience. Okay, Psychonauts doesn't actually benefit from the CRT as much, but still, it's something fun. Metal Gear Solid 1 does benefit from that, and Final Fantasy V and all that stuff does too. Okay, so we have to revisit this. Let me uncomment out. Where is it? Vehicle. We have to actually start looking at vehicle configuration. Engine is not, I don't know. It's likely not going to be utilized anymore. Chips are also not going to be utilized. So really, like, the only thing that remains are going to be, yeah, we're not doing this parts. We don't need to do this parts registry thing anymore, which I actually am very happy with that. Yeah, we're gonna just rip everything out, dude. All this just changes. Yeah, this becomes way more simplified. Oh, it's gonna feel good just to rip this stuff out. Okay, we should probably... Let me do this. We're gonna do a commit. Honestly, this almost warrants making a branch, but hey, dude, we only live once, right? So we're just gonna commit to the same branch. No compile errors, beautiful. Okay. Add everything. Now we're gonna commit. The com before I do crazy things. That's gonna be a fun. Oh yeah, that's right. We're not using origin. Push berg because we use codeberg, by the way, and return to 2D. And then the Discord should get the ping with that message that seems kind of ominous. Let me wait for it. Is it gonna pop up? Is it gonna do the thing? Hey, there it is. Sweet. Let's go on music. Station. This person? I'm remember seeing Lag Train. Is that what that person's called? Stetson? I don't know. It's been a long time. Dude, I remember seeing the Lag Train in... What is it? Is it a college or in a high school? It's probably college. Yeah, I don't think it was in high school for that. Okay, we're not using motion vector. We can get rid of this. Okay, guys, we're gonna have fun now. We're gonna actually have some real good fun. And that fun being, I get to rip things out. We're just gonna completely just destroy all this functionality because I don't want it anymore. This design no longer works for the vision I have. So you get to have the joy of destroying stuff. Apply configuration to sprites. This is the thing I do need. I think I'm going to change this to be a static function. And I'm just going to provide everything it needs explicitly, which is going to be... what? It's going to need like a... it only needs textures. Okay, what is this? Hull color save. Hull that I try to get by name. What? Hull color save. Try to get by name. It was the name of it. Okay. So hull ID is a string. Okay. I mean, this is fine. And then what is this using? It's using the overloader using is a sprite binder. And that's what this needs, is a sprite binder. Okay, cool. So we just need to provide a sprite binder front. Okay. Very nice. Dude. This is actually seeming like a somewhat painless change. I'm actually pretty happy about that. Okay, what's going on here? Why are you mad at me? This should just work. Why are you not working? There's a name collision. No, there's not. I just need to call this front. And provide front. Okay, we're good, dude. This is another issue. Palette mask, texture 2D. Yeah, it's for the color customization stuff, which we hope we don't have to revisit, but what did I call it? Palette mask. Am I crazy? There we go. That's probably not how you spell it, but. Okay. Okay, so this should be good. Cool. So now we can just move this, and I can just get rid of vehicle configuration in its entirety, honestly. Where I'm going to put it, I don't know. Maybe it'll probably go into here. This whole, nope, not here. I don't know where that is. I'm thinking maybe I have no idea. Honestly, I'm not sure where's a good place to put this function. Here's a color save. Color save. Okay, yeah, we can use this. We can use this. We're good to go. Okay, cool. Okay, maybe I'm not going to document it right now. Okay, this is good for now. We'll clean up later, dude. No way, mouse exists. I know, we have mouses. We don't like those, though. Are you paying JetBrains or is it non-commercial? It's a commercial project, so I am paying JetBrains. But it's a good product. I'm pretty happy with it. Is the game public on GitHub? Nah, it's gonna be on Codeberg. I think when I publish this game, I'm gonna include the source code for this alongside of the actual executable. So when you buy this game, hopefully one day soon, I may just include the code base there. Not the assets, not all the other stuff, just strictly the code. I'm not sure if I'm gonna include the dev kit code in here. I might just remove the dev kit and just keep all the application specific code, like the player controller and all that kind of stuff there, and the shaders and whatnot. But I don't know, maybe I might just drop it too. I'm not sure if I really want to stay in Unity land too much longer, so maybe it's not gonna be a big loss for me. I guess someone can maybe try porting it to Godot or something, but yeah, it's not a big deal. Okay, so now this is changed. Well, actually, no, we're getting rid of this. So this can just be gone. Vamoose. Honestly, like all of these changes, now that I think about it, are contextual to... Let's see here. They're contextual to the hull itself, or the... Yeah, and I don't think I'm gonna get rid of hull entirely, so I might just make this be tied to that instead. I might just keep hull and just make it something different. In which case, like, we don't need to actually have all these fields, because they're going to be accessible from hull. So actually everything we just did of like making removing dependencies may not be of need. I have to remove static though. But I think this would be better. Wall success if you fail, improvement plus plus. I mean, that's the key to success, man. What's up, Jay Looney? Vehicle? Yeah, we're getting rid of vehicles in this game. Average word per minute? It varies. What is the game about? It's a game where you fly. Let me see if I can... I've broken a lot of things right now, but let's just see if we can git stash push. And let's see if the game actually runs at all with my changes. Nope. Parts register. Yeah, because I deleted it. No, it should be back. Yeah, it's recompiling. It just took a minute. I've seen vertical. Come on. Here we go. Let's see if the game actually runs. Do you not use... No, I don't use GitHub. I use Codeberg. Yep. Fall down 7 times, stand up 8. Yeah, that's how it is, man. I thought about quitting on this project a bunch and just go back to my engine project, but... Okay. It's not gonna work. Maybe with like minimal changes. I mean, I just need to add to the application. We have to add an additional build step, I think. Not build step, new ship config. And that should be enough for this to work on runtime, hopefully. Let's see. When I use GitHub, I just don't want to... I can't trust GitHub. I feel like they're going to be scraping all the code I write. Not that it's worth scraping, but, you know. I just don't like it. And I just don't like Microsoft in general. I've become super anti-Microsoft. So, you know, for my personal stuff, I use an OS that isn't Microsoft. I use an IDE that isn't Microsoft. I use source control that isn't Microsoft. or source control service that isn't Microsoft owned. Okay, let's see here. Come on. Start up. Start up. Please. You're broken. Okay, what's broken now? Unless you signed attempt for character is not valid. Okay. There's a nan velocity being received. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know what's the deal with that. C# is Microsoft, yeah, and that's why Lemon, I'm gonna switch to my own game engine soon. I've had there's a few different versions of it too, but for different constraints. And I'm probably gonna rewrite the other game project. So before this one, I was working on another game that's a very 3D oriented game. And yeah, I'm seriously considering just like rewriting everything in my own engine at this point. Because even like a lot of the stuff I'm doing here is very much engine level. Like we're not using any standard lighting stuff from Unity. We have our own lighting pipeline and stuff. And I don't know, like I think I could totally, and there's enough frameworks available that I actually quite enjoy that would be able to make it feasible. The thing I'm thinking of through is like what would be, because if I'm going to go through the effort of making an engine, I want it to be tailored to me. So for the 2D game, like I have a very specific editor I wrote that is very much the same workflow I do for coding. It's very Vim oriented, but it's like a 2D level editor. It's very odd, but it actually works pretty well. But then, you know, 3D is very different. I can't just apply like my Vim layout for modifying it. And and there's other things to consider, right? One thing I want to do is like lower the barriers of iteration from Blender to there. So one thing I'm doing is like having the level format be actually tied to the Blender format and like allow for like direct loading from Blender. So I can just use Blender essentially as like my level editor. But I'm reading through the file format from Blender, which is pretty interesting. If you guys like, if you want to do file versioning at some point or defining your own file formats, I mean, I wouldn't do it this way they did it, but they also have very different and extreme constraints. So they did some really interesting stuff for it. It's pretty cool, honestly. But yeah, we're gonna see. I just need to get a simple game done and prove that I can finish a project to completion, and then I'm gonna jump. Try Pygame? Nah, I don't want to do Python. Hello from Nigeria. Hey, dude. Glad to hear you. Glad to have someone here from Nigeria, man. Wishing the best to you, dude. Going a rabbit hole about compilers look up the original sin theory. Basically, a backdoor could have been added. Yeah, I heard about that. That's a pretty gnarly thing. It's Christian Smith. Can I get your Discord stuff? Yeah, man. I mean, you can on the server. I'm like, let me find it here. You can access me on the server, but there's also what is it? Yeah, I'm just Trixelbit on Discord, so you can find me there. Oh, you got it? Okay, sweet, man. So damn cozy. Thank you, Minecraft Loveran. I'm glad you dig it. Yeah, I'm coding C# right now. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna probably call a stream here. I need to use the bathroom. I have church in the morning, and I need to get up early, and it's already almost 2 o'clock. So I'm gonna, before I do this, let me get reset, or get clean, I guess. FD, get status, get reset hard, no, get reset hard. I'm sorry. I can't. I guess I can't type. Git stash pop. Now we have our changes from before. And I'm going to have to make some assets too. So hopefully next stream I'll have a bunch of assets and we can just work on hooking stuff up. And sorry I couldn't show you the gameplay right now, but you've caught me in a very transitional period of my time, in my life, where we're just nuking a good part of the code base. But I think it's fun. I enjoy it. It feels good to get rid of the filth from my code base. Oh man. Discord not working in Russia. We need to switch the Discord to something else. Bro, know my Jesus? Added you? Sweet, man. You're missing comma on line 44? Yes, you're right. Semicolon there needed. Maybe it's just a different file. Yeah, I'm a full-time developer. I just do this stuff for fun, dude. This is my fun time. I enjoy it. It's fun to, I don't know, I just enjoy programming in general, and I also have ideas that I just want to get out, and I want to do it at my leisure, not forced by market pressure or whatever. I just want to just do and create, dude. Without the pressure of like, I don't know, external factors. This we need to fix. So this is where we're in the middle of doing this. There's hull front and there's hull back. I don't know why I have this indentation. Okay, I know I was gonna go to sleep, but also it's kind of bothering me to leave the code base in a broken state. I at least want to let it compile, you know? Added you, of course, man. You know my Jesus? I know Jesus, man. Jesus is good. I love Jesus, man. He's my savior. He's changed me, man. I used to be a very different person. And I am free, man. Hull name. Yes, this can be hull.id, I think. Or maybe just ID. ID, and then front, hull front, and then I believe we have a palette mask. Yeah, we do. Nope, we don't. Where is it? You're here somewhere. Ah, there it is. It's capital P. No, what do you mean to me, man? What's the problem? Palette mask? Your field? Why are we not friends? Be friends with me. Set hull mask. Texture 2D mask. Are you not? You're texture 2D. Palette. What are you doing, man? Am I crazy? You're making me think I'm crazy. Oh, single L. Maybe that's it. There we go. Let's keep going. Yeah, man. For this VS, I mostly use end, start, and arrows. I'm using just the default Vim, so whatever Vim has by default, that's just what I'm using. So beginning of word, end of word, up and down, big up, big down. There's GG to go to top, then capital G to go down. I mean, that's the big stuff. There's like the lowercase. Actually, I forget how to do, there's some I just do and I keep forgetting. Like, I can't consciously, it took me a minute right now to remember how to get to the last line, but I just do that instinctively. But I have to like think consciously about what buttons I'm actually pressing. It's kind of goofy. Let's chat for a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna be in church in the morning, but I should be free more in the evenings. Yeah, Vim is great, dude. Can I get some shortcuts for VS? I want to start utilizing. Yeah, try to see if there's a Vim plugin for VS Code. The VS Code's for sure. VS Studio, it's been looking kind of rough. I tried using VS Studio out of laziness, and the Vim stuff didn't make me feel happy, so I instead just ended up installing Rider and adding my own license and stuff. Okay, actual max health. This is no longer needed. The player. We can get rid of the vehicle config, I believe now, because now everything related to that should be handled by a hull. So let's go back here. I'm gonna try nuking you. It's okay. We're gonna live. And then I'm gonna set hull there. Where are you? Yeah, now you're just gonna be hull. Apply config to sprites. Vehicle no longer needed. And then who's the last? The sounds for the engine, that is a tricky thing. That might be an aesthetic thing I change. I don't know what we're gonna do there. Yeah, we're breaking the game tonight, that's for sure. Okay, and what else have we broken? Parts registry is no longer a thing, yep. Shop data entirely is just gone now. We just got to get rid of it. It's not going to be a thing anymore. So vehicle configuration is gone too. That's going to break everything else. That's okay. You got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right? We're making the mother of omelets right now. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with shop data because that also has to be broken up now. You're done, you're different, you're not the same. Oh, I can't get rid of it entirely, so I'm gonna have to refactor it and get rid of parts registry because that's not a thing anymore. Default parts, yeah, like all this stuff is just not right anymore. Yeah, like look at the red. The red. The red is everywhere, dude. Yeah, the shop's not gonna behave the right way anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... I mean, it's probably gonna exist in a similar... You know what? This is what we're gonna do, guys. This is what we're just gonna do. The easiest solution here is just to go... Boop. Boop. There we go, problem's gone, right? Problem disappeared. Still need to add these abstract members, but yay, no more problem. Now we just have to break or fix every single broken API that relied upon it, which may not be that bad. Oh, the only one that's like the faucet and sinks. Pick up health. Okay, cool. So yeah, there's gonna be some things you have to do, but we're gonna make a better, simpler version of it. It's gonna be so much more better. So much more nicer. I'm not sure. I'm actually kind of having some thoughts about this. But hey. What can you do? Yeah, using the default constructor. Yeah, we use this, yeah. We're gonna focus on just the faucets and sinks of this And that should guide the way for everything else. It looks almost as bad as my site stuff. Hey man, that's to make bad code is to be a programmer, right? Or maybe not bad code, but at least messy code. I'm sorry, what? Oh, is this logic supposed to be... I always mess up the receive. Is the receive supposed to handle that? I guess you do. Which means I have to also be using... But why are you being mean? Why is receive not acceptable? Oh, is this because it's a constructor? What? What did I just do? I did something bad. Yeah, okay. So I guess no, this is not... I guess I was doing things correct the first time. I was just being unconfident. There we go. Oops, the fire went out for a second, dude. Oh, because it has to be enclosed like this. And then now I can actually access a thing. And it's just going to be value. Cool. That should just work. And I don't need to add to anything because this is going to be persistent across the lifetime of the application, so we're good there. Okay. I'm actually quite... Okay, this is fine. This is fine. What about the shop? Or no, the game view. That's the other critical thing that's not going to go away. Alright, let me catch up in chat real quick. The C++, nah, we're using C# right now. Zeno. Don't worry about the clock. Oh yeah, the clock. It's time. Ah, man. I'm worrying about it, alright. What are you... His clock hits 2 or 3, yep. Oh, dude. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I'm making a game, but I can't show it right now because I've decided to do a crazy big refactor at like 1 in the morning, and I'm breaking everything in our code base. But sometimes you gotta do that, man. You can't be scared, all right? It's like the dog whisperer, right? You can't let them hear your fears or smell your fear. Oh, there's a constant value I needed, isn't there? Okay, there's a constant value that was I shouldn't have deleted. That's okay. You can fix that. Yeah, don't let your code base scare you. It should be scared of you and the things that you can do. Okay, I forgot what the diff is. Or I need to check the diff because I don't know what the actual Okay, where's the place where it's all red? Nope, that's not it. I mean, that's part of it, but we have to find the actual file. Nope, that's vehicles. Shop data, here we go. Minimum cost, scale per increment. Yeah, that's old logic. Where is the constant though? Man, God is good. Okay. I think we're on the trail. Shop data, okay. I should maybe just grep it. Can I just do that? Can I just do grep on get diff. I haven't tried that before, but... Oh, there we go. Stack bonus 20. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then... Because you go away. Is that everything? Like, is it... Beautiful. I'm so happy I've architected at least the game view like this, where it's very much separate from... Beautiful. Splendid, even. Fabulous. I am overjoyed, dear. Overjoyed. Okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We're just gonna have a simple balance. And then we're gonna have like a, I don't know. We're gonna keep this very simple. I was putting too much like application level logic here. We're just gonna get focus on just dealing with the data. Try withdraw int amount. If amount is greater than balance, we return false. Otherwise, return true, and we must also do the balance minus amount. Yeah, if amount is greater than balance, that's gonna be improper. Okay, cool. I think this is simple. Like, this is just brain dead simple, and actual handling of the logic here is gonna be handled somewhere else, and yeah. This is as complicated as I want this to ever get. Maybe I might do this so things can react to it, but I'm not sure you want to do that. New balance. I think for the new UI I'm going to do, this is going to be like what I do. And then maybe like there might be an area of transaction area, and this would be like, because you can do purchase across any different places of the application, so you might want to notify only certain areas. So like, yeah, we're kind of coupling some things here, but it's also kind of fine because we're not going to do logic here. It's just tagging essentially events. So we're going to have ship. And then, I guess, like, cosmetics. I don't know, that's like the two broad categories. And then E. Transaction area. Okay, cool. So now this actually requires you to provide a tag for what kind of areas performing this transaction, and then we can emit a broker, publish. Shop update event. It's gonna be super simple. It's almost like a receipt. Honestly, I should probably just call it like a receipt or something, but whatever. Anyways, these things, I'm gonna yoink it, put it right here. a transaction area. Also, we don't need the data types. And it's going to be balance, amount, and area. Okay, and the generic's gone. Okay, this is looking good. This looks like a good foundation for the new UI we've designed, or the new game, everything we've proposed. So I think next stream we're going to be really laying into the architecture of this dude. Alright, let me catch up in chat. My bad, guys. So I'm going to be getting ready to call it a night soon, but let me read some chat, answer some questions, and all that kind of stuff, dude. We got going on here. Bye bye, guys. See you next stream. You have a good one, Finn. Just remove where it's firing area. Yeah, exactly. Vitona. Or Vitonaka. Or Tonoka. Tonoka. There we go. Yeah, dude. Compile error, just remove it, dude. What's going on here? Neo from the Matrix was a good. I'm not that good. How do you know if it works if you haven't ran it yet? Because when you know the code base, you can kind of just simulate what's gonna happen. Like usually, you understand when you get to a certain like confidence level, you just know what your will and design is gonna be, and oftentimes the error or issues that emerge are not from the design, but the implementation of that design. But the vision's there and the blueprint's there in your mind, and it's just a matter of forcing the code into that reality, which is why like you can code most things, and if you implement things correctly, it will just run and it's just great. But if you have like logical errors in terms of your design, then you start going to that issue of like needing to cycle, and that happens. But for this kind of thing, this is more of an architectural thing, and it's much more just me forcing my will upon the computer and dictating how I want to interact with stuff. Is doing all the coding? Yeah, man. Just to be replaced by AI. It can play real quick. Trying to accomplish. Let me try prompting AI. I don't know what your prerogative is here, KTS. You don't sound quite... I don't know, man. I don't know why people would spend their free time on a chat. It's pretty... I don't know. I find it to be an odd use of your time, man. It's like painting a picture. AI could do it, but the process of painting a picture is enjoyable. Yeah, the process is enjoyable, and like at the end of the day, too, companies do want to have someone to be... It sounds bad, but it's like there is a chain of like liability that needs to kind of happen. And someone who takes ownership over the stuff. You can have, even if the AI is actually good, right? You know, like Fable, whatever. At the end of the day, someone has to like sign off on it, right? And you can run with the cognitive debt that you accrue with it, but eventually you're gonna pay the piper for that, because it's the more that gets generated, the less connection you have to the code base, the less knowledge you have, and less agency you have. The more you do stuff in the code base, the more familiar it is with it, and the more you can make confident not only changes to it, but also predictions on what is a good, or not even predictions, but rather make more sound cost-benefit analysis on what to do next in it, right? Or what's feasible and what's not feasible. Yeah, if you keep relying on generated stuff, you just accrue more and more separation and disconnection, and yeah, there's bad things that can emerge from that. I'm definitely wasting my time. I'm not talking to you, I was talking to KTS. But yeah. Anyways, 1 second. Let me find something to to sign off with. You know what? We're gonna just start. It's FIFA season, right? People like football. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a pleasure coding for you people here. I'm Cabin Guy of Cozy Cabin Games. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you learned something, and if not, hopefully it was relaxing. So until next time, ladies and gentlemen, God bless. And until next time, stay cozy. Bye-bye.